About.
Well, it seems like Norway decided to have a little diplomatic vacation in Tehran, probably with visions of peace floating in their heads like sugar plums. They gathered around a table with the Iranian foreign minister, probably trying to find a common ground between Norwegian neutrality and Iranian assertiveness. You know, the kind of conversation where both sides are nodding vigorously while planning their next chess moves in the game of international relations. And let's be honest, it's not every day that a Norwegian diplomat visits Iran, so one has to wonder if the real agenda was to see if they could negotiate a new flavor of ice cream, or, perhaps, just to remind everyone that the world still spins despite neighboring countries throwing diplomatic tantrums.
What were the main points discussed during their meeting?
Oh, just the usual lighthearted banter about U.S. aggression, the consequences of military operations that sound straight out of a James Bond film, and how to ensure that Hormuz doesn't turn into the next gladiator arena. They exchanged pleasantries while addressing international treaties, like they were discussing the rules of a neighborhood barbecue. Important but kind of boring, until someone sets the buns on fire. And naturally, the conversation involved Iran's military grievances and a dash of maritime law, because who doesn't love a little nautical jargon on a Tuesday night, right? I can just picture them, sipping tea and wondering who could come up with the most dramatic metaphor for boat diplomacy.
Was there any emphasis on economic consequences and security during their discussions?
Absolutely. Because what's a diplomatic meeting without throwing economic chickens in the proverbial coop? The Iranian foreign minister made sure to point out how the U.S. has turned the region into a giant economic piñata, with security concerns flying around like confetti. They talked about how military actions are not exactly good for the economy. Shocking, I know. One has to wonder if the U.S. thought it could just send in a few drones and call it a day, while the rest of the world gets together to play Monopoly with serious consequences. So, economic talk was as much a part of the meeting as awkward silences at a family reunion.
What are Iran's current maritime strategies according to the discussions?
The plot thickens. Iran is apparently consulting about maritime strategies like they're planning a family vacation along the coast. Only this time, the stakes are a bit higher than just finding a good beach spot. They want to facilitate safe maritime traffic in the Hormuz Strait, as if they were hosting a really important yacht club meeting. It's all about making sure that shipping lanes don't turn into the world's most expensive obstacle course. Because nothing says international cooperation like a few discussions on how to stop ships from bumping into each other while delivering goods. And who knew international maritime law could be as thrilling as a game of Scrabble at midnight?
Did Norway's deputy foreign minister make any promises or commitments during the visit?
Of course. What's a diplomatic trip without a handful of promises that sound ambitious yet vague? The deputy foreign minister assured everyone that Norway is ready to play the role of the peacemaker, like a diplomatic superhero swooping in with a cape made of non-binding resolutions. He was all about sustainable peace and stability, which is a fancy way of saying, let's keep the chaos to a minimum, folks. It's almost like he was trying to convince everyone to hold hands and sing Kumbaya while maintaining that the UN would totally be on board with whatever colorful charts they could present. I mean, who doesn't love a good mission statement, sprinkled with some diplomatic pixie dust?
What can we expect from the future regarding these diplomatic efforts?
Well, if history has taught us anything, it's that expecting too much from diplomatic efforts is like expecting your cat to come when you call it. Good luck with that. We might see more meetings that involve a lot of tea sipping and casual nodding, but actual progress? That's a whole different ballgame. The lines will likely remain drawn as they each play their roles in this grand geopolitical theater. with Norway trying to be this unassuming mediator while Iran navigates some heavy waves of military concerns. So, get your popcorn ready, because the sequel to As the Strait Turns is surely coming to a theater near you.
So, what's the deal with the unprecedented military presence around the Four Seasons in Beijing? It sounds like something straight out of a spy movie.
Ah, yes, because nothing says luxury like armed guards patrolling your five-star hotel. I mean, who wouldn't want to enjoy their overpriced avocado toast while being watched by soldiers? It's like ordering a side of anxiety with your poached eggs. I guess when you're paying top dollar for a room, you expect the full experience, complete with military decor and maybe even a complimentary tank in the lobby.
Do you think this military presence is a response to an immediate threat, or is it more about showcasing power?
Oh, it's definitely about showcasing power. You know how it is. If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with military might, nothing screams, "We're totally not scared of anything," like a few hundred soldiers strutting around in shiny uniforms. It's like trying to impress your date by showing up with your mom. It's awkward. But hey, at least you have backup.
But seriously, do you think tourists are worried about the situation?
I mean, if I were a tourist, I'd definitely be a little worried, but not for the reasons you might think. I'd be more concerned about getting my luggage into the hotel, past a squad of armed police, than about any real danger. That's an unwanted surprise security check I could do without. You know, it's all fun and games until someone steps on a soldier's foot while trying to get to the breakfast buffet.
What do you think the locals are thinking about this military show of force?
Oh, locals? They're probably sitting there eating their noodles, thinking, well, at least the traffic will be easier to navigate with all these soldiers blocking the streets. Honestly, it's like watching a very intense game of chess. Lots of pieces on the board, but no one actually wants to take a move. Everyone's just waiting to see what happens next, maybe even hoping for a dramatic collapse of the king.
How do you see this situation evolving in the coming days?
Ah, predicting the future is always fun, especially when it involves military posturing. I'd wager it'll either calm down and we'll all go back to sipping our laddies in peace, or it'll escalate, and we'll be watching a live-action version of the Hunger Games. Who wouldn't want to see that unfold? Get your popcorn, folks. This could be the biggest reality show since Keeping Up with the Kardashians, but with higher stakes and fewer selfies.
Lastly, do you think this will affect international relations, or is this just a temporary blip?
Oh, you know how it goes with international relations. It's like a game of Jenga. One wrong move and the whole thing collapses, but everyone's still too nervous to take a piece out. So, while this might be a temporary blip, it could also catalyze a lot of diplomatic awkwardness. It's like sending your ex a friend request. It might be fine, or it might lead to an intense discussion at a very uncomfortable dinner party.
So, it seems Iran's oil exports have come to a standstill due to the ongoing war. Could this push Tehran into a military response against the US?
Well, you know what they say, when life gives you a bunch of overflowing oil tanks and a war, make some military action lemonade. I mean, it's like if you were hosting a barbecue and suddenly realized the steaks were in the freezer. What do? Start planning a rescue mission with a fireworks display, of course. Iran might just decide that when their oil export game goes kaput, it's time to flex a little military muscle. After all, nothing says let's negotiate quite like a surprise artillery demonstration, right?
What do you think might be the repercussions if Iran decides to take military action?
Oh, just the usual chaos, confusion, and a side of international panic. It's like the world's biggest game of chess, where everyone has the pieces named nuclear diplomacy and global trade relations. If Iran moves a pawn and decides to make some noise, suddenly we're all one diplomatic misstep away from a global game of who has the bigger bomb. Iran could put a rocket under the global oil prices, and it's not like our wallets are just sitting around waiting for that kind of excitement.
Given the current situation, how do you see the US reacting to a potential military response from Iran?
The US reacting. It's like watching a cat decide whether to knock over a glass of water or not. You just know something dramatic is coming, but it's impossible to predict. If Iran does throw a military tantrum, you can bet the US will respond with an equivalent level of dramatic flair. Maybe a new round of sanctions, or a strongly worded tweet from a certain someone. After all, nothing screams, "We mean business," like a social media outburst. It'll be like a soap opera, and we'll all be here with our popcorn, glued to our screens.
What impact do you think this will have on global oil prices?
Oh, global oil prices are about to go on the wildest roller coaster ride since the invention of roller coasters. It's like every time a barrel of oil hears something about a conflict, it just jumps up like a cat that spotted a cucumber. We might see prices skyrocketing faster than my blood pressure during a family dinner. So, brace yourselves, folks. Just when you think you're safe filling up your tank, bam, $10 a gallon slaps you in the face like an unexpected family reunion.
Is this a tipping point for Iran in terms of their economy or military strategy?
Oh, absolutely. It's like Iran's economy just stepped up to the edge of a cliff and is debating whether to take a leap of faith or just enjoy the view. With oil exports in a chokehold, they might think, hey, why not try our hand at military strategy? What's the worst that could happen? Total chaos. Because nothing says economic stability quite like a good old-fashioned military campaign. It's basically a make-or-break moment, and they're probably asking themselves if they want to go all in and risk it all while raising the stakes for the next round.
What message does this send to other countries in the region?
Oh, it sends a message louder than a toddler in a candy store. Other countries in the region are probably looking at Iran and thinking, wow, if they can stir the pot that much, maybe I should throw my own spices into the mix. It could lead to a whole new competitive sport of military posturing, where countries flex their muscles to see who can make the biggest boom. You might even see neighbors suddenly reconsidering their military budgets, thinking, well, if they're playing chess, we might have to join the game, because why not escalate things to a level of absurdity we never imagined?
So, it looks like there's a massive crowd in Beijing, eagerly awaiting Donald Trump's arrival at the Four Seasons Hotel. What's your take on this spectacle?
Ah, yes, the Four Seasons, where the towels are plusher than a baby's bottom, and the waiting crowds are more enthusiastic than a kid in a candy store. I mean, who wouldn't want to see the man who famously said he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and still get elected? It's like a reality show, but with more suspense and fewer producers to rein him in. You've got people gathering as if they're lining up to buy the latest iPhone, but really, they're just hoping for a glimpse of the human embodiment of a Twitter storm.
What do you think is driving this excitement among the crowd?
Well, I can only assume that they all think Trump is handing out free gold bars, or perhaps they believe he's going to start a new trend in Beijing. The bold look of a comb-over in the capital city. In reality, it's probably because they're curious about what he will say next. Will it be profound political commentary, or just another round of "look at me, I'm fabulous"? It's like watching a live episode of The Apprentice, where the prize is just more tweets and potentially a weird diplomatic incident.
Do you think his visit will have any real political impact?
You know, it's like watching a soap opera unfold. Every episode, you think they might finally get to some dramatic conclusion, but you end up with more plot twists than a pretzel factory. Will he negotiate anything meaningful? Doubtful. He's more likely to order room service and discuss golf than tackle Sino-American relations. It's like trying to build a bridge with a bag of gummy bears. It's colorful, but fundamentally not going to hold up in a storm.
How do you think the locals perceive him, given the current political climate?
Oh, it's a mixed bag, really. On one hand, he's the man who could make a room full of diplomats reach for the nearest exit in pure confusion, and on the other, he's basically a celebrity at this point. People are either cheering for their savior or wondering if this is just the world's longest-running comedy show. I mean, who doesn't love a good laugh while the world teeters on the edge of a diplomatic cliff? It's like watching a clown juggle hatchets. You just can't look away.
What do you predict will happen during his time in Beijing?
Honestly, I'm picturing a lot of selfies, some awkward handshakes, and perhaps a misunderstanding involving chopsticks. Maybe he'll declare a new national holiday, Donald Trump Day, where everyone celebrates by trying to figure out what the heck he actually said during his speeches. It's bound to be a combination of reality TV and a diplomatic facepalm, with a hint of, did he really just say that? It's like going to a fancy restaurant and ordering spaghetti, messy and unpredictable, but somehow always entertaining.
Any final thoughts on this gathering crowd and the media frenzy?
Oh, it's a circus, my friend. A three-ring circus where everyone's trying to juggle their expectations while also hoping no one gets shot out of a cannon. The media frenzy is just the cherry on top. Everyone's trying to outdo each other for the wackiest angle. It's like watching journalists play a game of limbo. How low can the standards go? Meanwhile, the crowd is just there, popcorn in hand, anxiously waiting for the next act to start. Who needs Netflix when you have this kind of live entertainment?
So, we just heard about this massive explosion in Shiraz, Iran, and no one knows why it happened. What's your take on this mysterious blast?
Well, you know what they say, a blast a day keeps the boredom away. But seriously, it's like someone decided to throw a surprise party in Shiraz at the expense of, safety and sanity. The city is strategically important, filled with military and industrial hubs, and boom, literally. We might never find out the real cause, but it's a strong reminder that sometimes people just can't handle their fireworks, even when it's not a holiday. And while we're all here scratching our heads, I'm just wondering if this was Iran's version of Who Let the Dogs Out, but with way more shrapnel.
With no clear cause or explanation for the explosion, what do you think the locals are feeling right now?
Oh, I can only imagine their collective reaction being somewhere between, "Did you hear that?" and, "Oh no, not again." It's kind of like finding a new dent in your car, unsettling, and you just want an explanation. The locals must feel like they're living in a real-life episode of a disaster movie, complete with no plot twists and unwanted sound effects. I mean, you'd think they'd be used to the occasional kaboom, but this one probably came out of nowhere, like a surprise math quiz in high school. Who wouldn't be on edge? I'd suggest getting some earplugs or finding a good luck charm, because unexpected blasts are the new norm. Apparently.
What might this incident suggest about the state of things in Iran right now?
If I had a dime for every time a massive explosion in a strategic city popped up in the news, I'd be rich enough to hire my own private detective. But in all seriousness, it sends ripples through the whole geopolitical pond. It's like throwing a rock in the water and watching the ripples expand. Who knows which unfortunate fish is going to get caught in the fallout? This could mean anything from internal strife, a malfunctioning fireworks factory, or a message from someone with a vendetta. Talk about the ultimate family feud. With tensions running high, all I can say is, hold on to your hats, folks, it's going to be a bumpy ride. Or perhaps just another day in the not-so-peaceful neighborhood.
Do you think the international community will react to this explosion?
Oh, absolutely. The international community loves a good spectacle, and explosions are the cherry on top of a very chaotic Sunday. I can already picture diplomats in stuffy suits gathered around, trying to figure out how to spin this into a strategy meeting about regional stability, while sipping overpriced coffee. They'll likely release a statement filled with jargon that would make even a thesaurus blush. It's like watching a game of chess, except instead of pieces, they use countries, and explosions are just a new opening move. Just remember, all eyes will be on Iran now, because nothing screams attention grabber like an unexplainable explosion. Who needs reality TV when you've got real-life drama unfolding, right?
What do you think the media's role is in situations like these?
The media? Oh, they love moments like these. It's like Christmas Eve for them, minus the eggnog and joy. You've got reporters scrambling for scoops and headlines that practically write themselves. Like Boom Goes the Dynamite, or Shiraz, where explosions meet convenience. It's a perfect storm for clickbait, and if they can turn this into a series of investigative reports, they'll be making headlines faster than I can say, breaking news. Of course, they'll add their own flair, like throwing in a side of conspiracy theories and speculation, because nothing says responsible journalism like jumping to conclusions faster than a cat from a hot stove. Honestly, let's just hope they don't start polling the public on whether it was aliens or just a rogue military experiment.
Lastly, if you could give one piece of advice to the citizens of Shiraz after this incident, what would it be?
I'd say, pack your bags and head for the hills. Kidding, of course. But seriously, they should invest in some sturdy earplugs and maybe take up pottery or knitting, hobbies that don't come with a side of shrapnel. This is the perfect time to become a master in disaster preparedness. Everyone can use a little extra vigilance. And in a city like Shiraz, perhaps they could also start a community support group for those suffering from unexpected blast syndrome. I mean, who doesn't want to share their worst, what the heck was that? Stories over tea. So really, stay calm, carry on, and keep an eye on the sky, because you never know when the next surprise is coming.
So, I hear there was some gunfire in the Philippine Senate, as Senator Ronald de la Rosa tried to dodge an ICC arrest warrant. What on earth happened?
The Philippine Senate, where the debate is as heated as a jalapeno on a summer day, and now it seems, shots have been fired. I mean, when you think of a legislative session, you picture democracy in action, not a scene from Die Hard. Apparently, our star, Senator Ronald de la Rosa, decided that facing legal troubles was less appealing than a visit to a shooting range. Thankfully, the upper house's secretary assured us that no one was injured, proving that while bullets may fly, democracy's sense of irony remains entirely intact.
What do you think triggered this situation? Legal trouble usually doesn't lead to dodging bullets, does it?
Oh, just your average day in politics, where legal troubles often take a back seat to the thrill of potential flying bullets. It's like the senator took a page out of an action movie script. When life gives you an arrest warrant, grab your bodyguards and head for the nearest Senate chamber. Who knew parliamentary debates could get this spicy? Maybe next, we'll have a dance-off to settle legislative disputes. It's either that, or a full-blown game of dodgeball, with do not resuscitate, orders for the political careers involved.
How do you think the public is reacting to this kind of drama in the Senate?
Oh, they're absolutely loving it. It's like a reality show, but with fewer Kardashians and more camouflage. You can almost hear the popcorn popping in the background as citizens sit glued to their screens, wondering if the next episode will feature a surprise cameo from an international fugitive. It's this bizarre mix of outrage and, did that really just happen? That keeps the public both entertained and horrified, like watching a train wreck you just can't look away from. Everyone loves a good plot twist, and this one's got more twists than a pretzel factory.
Do you think this incident will have any long-term effects on the Philippine political landscape?
Well, if there's anything we can take away from this, it's that the Philippine Senate has officially raised the bar for political drama. Forget heated debates. Now we need to worry about flying bullets. One could argue that this may lead to a new normal in politics, where senators not only have to defend their policies but also their very lives. It's like the Hunger Games, but with less archery and more paperwork. But hey, if this keeps the voters engaged, maybe they'll finally start paying attention to the actual issues instead of just the spectacle.
What should the international community take away from this chaotic situation?
Oh, just that international law is sometimes about as effective as a paper umbrella in a hurricane. When it comes to arrest warrants, you might as well send a postcard, because clearly, they're not cutting it for some folks. The international community might just be sitting back with their popcorn too, wondering if they should send in peacekeepers or start a betting pool on how this whole saga will unfold. It's a classic case of, please, take my warrant, I'll trade you for a cup of coffee and a plot twist.
What can we expect next in this unfolding drama?
Well, buckle up, because if this is the prologue, the main event should have us on the edge of our seats. We might see a flurry of press conferences, with senators trying to outdo each other with their tales of bravery and legal wrangling. Or perhaps it's a new trend in political fashion, bulletproof suits. Let's hope the only thing that gets further escalated is the absurdity of the situation. Because if the stakes get any higher, we might need to start charging admission. I can already hear the ticket sales going through the roof.
So, Uzhhorod has faced an unprecedented drone attack that targeted an industrial facility amid ongoing conflict. What can you tell us about this situation?
Well, it seems like Uzhhorod decided to hold its own private air show, except this time, instead of graceful acrobatics, we've got Jiran drones swooping in, like they're auditioning for a bad action movie. They say war is hell, but apparently, it also comes with a side of drone warfare and a sprinkle of industrial sabotage. I mean, who knew that the new normal would include aerial bombardments, along with your morning coffee? It's like an extreme version of a bring-your-own-drone party, where no one actually wants to be on the guest list.
What implications might this drone attack have for Uzhhorod and the wider conflict as a whole?
The implications. It's always about the implications, isn't it? I mean, first, we have drones flying overhead, and next, we'll probably have them delivering pizza. But seriously, this drone debacle might just spice up the ongoing conflict to a point where it could give Hollywood a run for its money. It's like a live-action video game where the stakes are super high, except nobody's really asking for extra lives. And with every drone that drops from the sky, we might just see other countries reconsider their take on international relations. After all, nothing says let's negotiate like a sky full of flying robots.
How have local residents reacted to this new level of aerial attacks?
Oh, the local residents? Well, I can only imagine they've gone from complaining about noisy neighbors to dodging drones like they're training for the Olympics. I mean, it's not every day you wake up and think, gee, I hope I don't get hit by a flying piece of tech today. You'd think they'd start a new local sport, dodge the drone, complete with a scoreboard and everything. And if they're lucky, they might find a way to monetize their new hobby. Honestly, it's a tough time for everyone. The only thing people want to see flying in the sky are birds, not lethal gadgets that look like they belong in the next sci-fi blockbuster.
What's the response from the Ukrainian government regarding this attack?
Government responses, always a treat. You can practically hear the officials assembling their best. We condemn this act of aggression statements as if they're rehearsing for a school play. I'm sure they're scrambling to show up in front of the cameras, waving their arms around passionately, like they're trying to hail a cab in a rainstorm. But seriously, the officials will likely ramp up their rhetoric, calling for more support like a kid in a candy store who just realized he forgot his allowance. Meanwhile, you have to wonder if they'll remember to actually do something, or if this will just add another trophy to their collection of empty threats.
Is there any chance these drone attacks will escalate further?
Oh, absolutely. If there's one thing we know about escalating tensions, it's that it's like watching a bad reality TV show. Just when you think it can't get any crazier, they drop in a new plot twist that leaves you gasping for air. It's like someone decided to throw a wild card into the game of chess, and suddenly, every piece is flying around like it's a schoolyard brawl. So, grab your popcorn, folks, because the reality here is that as long as the conflict continues, these aerial attacks could very well become the new norm. Next thing you know, they'll be holding drone battle nights, and we'll all be left wondering when the drones will finally decide to settle down and start a family instead.
Lastly, how might this affect international perceptions of the conflict?
International perceptions. The world is watching with its popcorn in hand, like a public spectator at a train wreck they can't look away from. You know how it goes. Today's sensational headlines, tomorrow's trending topic on social media. Countries watching from the sidelines might start to reconsider their stance, like a kid watching a game of dodgeball thinking, maybe standing on the sidelines isn't such a good spot after all. If this drone drama escalates, we might see countries debating whether to help out or just tweet their support from the comfort of their couches. So, brace yourself. It's like a global reality show where everyone gets to judge the contestants while secretly hoping they don't trip on their own drama.
So, let's dive into the devastating news about Israel's attack on Deir Khan al-Waj, which has left southern Lebanon in ruins. What's the scoop on this situation?
Well, if this were a movie, we'd all be wondering why the popcorn we brought is so expensive. In reality, the aftermath of this attack looks like a scene straight out of a disaster flick, the kind where they forgot to pay for the special effects. Buildings reduced to rubble, and the only thing left standing is the resilience of the locals, which at this point could make a superhero blush. But seriously, the chaos is palpable, and it seems like peace is the one thing that's always on the menu but never gets served.
What can you tell us about the reactions from people in the region following this attack?
Oh, reactions? They're about as varied as a box of cereal, and just as crunchy. You've got outrage, despair, and probably some folks just trying to figure out how to make a decent cup of coffee amidst the rubble. Some are probably looking at their neighbors like, "Did you also lose your roof? Must be a Tuesday." And let's not forget the ever-eloquent politicians who are giving speeches as if they're handing out free samples of air fresheners at a car wash, all talk and zero practical help.
How does this incident fit into the larger context of Middle Eastern conflicts?
Ah, yes, the Middle East, a land rich in history, culture, and the world's most complicated game of chess, where nobody can find the rules. This attack is like tossing a rock into a pond that was already rippling with tension. It sends waves that reach far beyond the immediate vicinity, stirring up sentiments and alliances that many thought were sleeping like bear in winter. You know, it's kind of like that family reunion where someone inevitably brings up politics. You can feel the tension in the air, and you just know a food fight is around the corner.
Has there been any response from international communities regarding this attack?
Well, the international community is like your friend who says, "I'm on it," but then forgets their keys and sits in the car for 20 minutes. You can count on a flurry of tweets, some diplomatic mumbo-jumbo, and maybe a resolution that gets so bogged down in paperwork it might as well be a novel. Everyone's concerned, sure, but the question is, will they actually do anything? It's like being invited to a big pizza party, but showing up and just nibbling on the crust because you're too polite to grab a slice.
What do you think the future holds for Dir Khan al-Wa after such devastation?
Well, if history has taught us anything, it's that rebuilding is often a slow process, like trying to finish a massive jigsaw puzzle with half the pieces missing. Dir Khan al-Waj could either be the phoenix that rises from the ashes, or it could be a reminder of how humans often misplace their priorities. Either way, it'll take a lot of time, effort, and probably a few neighborhood meetings where everyone awkwardly tries to define what normal means.
What message should we take away from this situation?
Ah, the classic takeaway nugget. It's like getting a fortune cookie that says, "Good luck is coming," while you're sitting in traffic. The real message here is that violence begets violence, and while the headlines might read like an action thriller, the consequences are felt far and wide. It's a reminder that we're all part of this wonderfully chaotic tapestry called humanity, and sometimes it's more tangled than a cat in a ball of yarn. Ultimately, it's about time we start prioritizing dialogue over destruction, because, let's face it, no one wins at this game of life when the board gets flipped.
So, we hear there's been a massive fire in Zhovkva after an attack on critical infrastructure, leaving the city in the dark. What do you think is going on there?
Well, it sounds like Zhovkva decided to hold its own version of Survivor, Apocalypse Edition. I mean, who needs lights when you can have a cozy little bonfire right in your backyard? Forget marshmallows. This is prime time to roast some serious political tension. It's almost like someone thought, let's see how far we can push the dark and mysterious aesthetic while still making headlines. At least the city can save on their electric bill. Silver linings, right?
What does this fire say about the current state of things in that region?
Oh, just another Tuesday in the land of geopolitical drama. It's like a soap opera. Zhovkva's just hoping for a plot twist that doesn't involve more explosions. But seriously, it indicates a level of desperation and chaos that's becoming almost, what's the word, routine? Like getting a flat tire on the way to work. You know you might have a bad day ahead, but you still hope it's not a full-on monsoon, right? Let's hope they at least get some fire safety training out of this.
How do you think the citizens of Zhovkva are coping with the blackout?
Well, I imagine their coping mechanisms are on par with most people who lose power. First, there's the obligatory panic, "Oh no, my Wi-Fi," followed by a frantic search for candles, and finally ending in a collective realization that life without Instagram is not just hard, it's basically purgatory. They might even start reminiscing about the good old days when they had, actual electricity. Plus, it's a great excuse to avoid awkward small talk at family gatherings. Sorry, Aunt Gertrude. Can't hear you over this roaring fire?
What role do you think the mayor is playing amidst all this chaos?
Ah, the mayor, the captain of the ship that hit the iceberg. I picture them in an emergency meeting trying to figure out if they should call the fire department or start an impromptu light a fire dance party. They might be juggling damage control like it's an Olympic sport while rolling their eyes at the universe's incessant need for drama. It's like being a parent. No matter how chaotic things get, you still have to pretend you know what you're doing and that everything will be fine. Meanwhile, you're just one bad news report away from panic mode.
With electricity out, what could be the challenges for the local businesses?
Oh, let's just say local businesses are probably feeling like they've suddenly entered a reality show called Who Can Survive Without Power? You've got cafes turning into candlelit romantic getaways that no one asked for, and grocery stores becoming scavenger hunts for stale bread and last-minute snacks. It's like the Hunger Games, but with pastries. And let's not forget the classic, how long can I keep my ice cream from melting challenge? Because nothing says small-town charm like trying to save your frozen goods to barter with neighbors. Business as usual, right?
What might this incident imply for future security measures in the area?
Oh, you can bet that security measures are about to get as tight as spandex at a fitness convention. This incident screams, we need more cameras, more guards, and maybe a moat. Who doesn't love a good moat? They'll be brainstorming ideas like it's an episode of Shark Tank, pitching everything from high-tech drones to neighborhood watch teams, armed with nothing but their smartphones and a lot of caffeine. Pretty soon, they'll have a plan that involves more red tape than an old-timey bank heist movie. It's all fun and games until someone loses their Wi-Fi.
So, Lavrov just showed up in India for a surprise visit right before the BRICS meeting. What do you think is going on there?
Oh, just your typical Tuesday for a foreign minister. Drop everything. Catch a flight to a country that also doesn't know what Lavrov's going to say next. I mean, this is the diplomatic equivalent of arriving late to a potluck and bringing a mystery casserole. Everyone's curious, but also a little terrified. Maybe he's trying to bring some Rusky magic to spice up the BRICS meeting. Or maybe he just heard the samosas are to die for.
Why do you think Lavrov chose now to make this visit?
Because, obviously, everyone loves a good cliffhanger before an important meeting, right? I can just imagine him waking up one day and thinking, what can I do today that would create just the right amount of suspense in the geopolitical landscape? I mean, it's like playing chess with your friends and then suddenly flipping the board over for dramatic effect. You just don't know what will unfold, or if anyone will ever speak to you again.
What does this surprise visit suggest about Russia's relationship with India?
Well, it's like Russia and India are that couple that keeps breaking up and getting back together, only to post dramatic love quotes on social media every time they do. You see, Lavrov's visit could be interpreted as a sign that they're more committed than ever, or they're just here to borrow a cup of sugar because they forgot to stock up before a winter storm. Either way, it's a dance as old as time. Who will lead, and who will trip over their own feet?
What can we expect from the BRICS meeting following this surprise visit?
Ah yes, the notorious BRICS meetings, where decisions are made that often smell like questionable leftovers in the fridge. Picture it, serious faces, intense discussions, and someone quietly trying to figure out how to sneak away for a break. I mean, we're looking at a bunch of countries that may have more in common than a love for acronyms and high-level meetings. But the real question is, will they serve chai or coffee? Because that's the real catalyst for unity in these discussions.
Are there any implications of this visit for global politics?
Oh, absolutely. Lavrov's surprise visit could send ripples across the diplomatic pond, like a stone tossed by a toddler who just discovered physics. It could mean rebuilding alliances, or it could just mean Russia needs a new vacation spot. You never know. It's like watching a soap opera unfold in real time. One minute you're best friends, the next you're engaged in a bitter feud over who gets the last piece of pie.
How do you think other countries perceive this visit?
Well, let's just say they're probably raising their eyebrows like they just spied an ex at a party. Some will be intrigued, others might be clutching their pearls and whispering behind their hands like a group of gossiping geese. After all, you can't just pop up to a country like India and not get some side-eye from the neighbors. What are they planning now? Is probably the main question on everyone's minds alongside, did you see Lavrov's shoes? They really clash with his suit.
So, the US F-35 stealth fighter is patrolling the waters near Hormuz, right? What's the deal with that?
Well, you see, when tensions in the Middle East reach a boiling point resembling my morning coffee, the US decides to send in their fancy F-35s to play hide-and-seek with any potential troublemakers. It's like sending a tuxedo-clad penguin to a pool party. Everyone notices, but no one knows if they're there to dance or just keep things chill. But hey, when you have a stealth fighter that looks like a tech-savvy spaceship, why not send it out for a little oceanic stroll? Nothing says peace like a $100 million flying machine floating around like a well-dressed shark, circling an unsuspecting school of fish.
And how does this heighten regional security concerns?
Oh, it heightens security concerns like grandma at a family dinner when someone mentions politics. Suddenly, everyone's on edge, trying to avoid eye contact while the awkwardness hangs in the air like stale chips. Sending F-35s over there is the equivalent of throwing a firecracker at a quiet picnic. No one was expecting it, and you can bet that the locals are suddenly more alert than a cat watching a laser pointer. It's like when you put up a sign saying, "Beware of dog." Sure, you increase the concern, but you also get a lot of folks wondering just how ferocious that dog really is, all while hoping they don't get too close to find out.
What's the strategic importance of the Hormuz Strait anyway?
Ah, the Hormuz Strait. It's like the world's busiest toll booth, but instead of paying with coins, everyone's just trying to pass through without causing an international incident. Approximately a fifth of the world's oil supply sneaks through that narrow slice of water, which makes it a hotspot for every big player wanting to stake their claim. It's akin to a high-stakes game of Monopoly, where everyone's trying to land on boardwalk, but no one wants to deal with the guy who took a bathroom break and hasn't returned yet. So, when the F-35 swoops in like a hawk eyeing its prey, it's not just for show. It's to remind everyone that Uncle Sam is watching, like a protective dad peering through the peephole at a date he disapproves of.
Is this a sign of increasing tensions? Or are we just being paranoid?
Oh, it's definitely a sign of increasing tensions. Paranoia is just the cherry on top of the anxiety sundae. Picture this. It's like watching a soap opera where the plot twists are fueled by real-life stakes. Every time you think it can't get any crazier, someone pulls out a fighter jet from the back pocket of their drama script. It's not just paranoia. It's more like being on a roller coaster that you didn't sign up for, but are still strapped into. Every twist and turn is nerve-wracking, and you start to wonder if the operator had one too many energy drinks before starting the ride. So, keep your helmets on, folks, because it looks like the roller coaster is just getting started.
What do you think the response will be from Iran after seeing the F-35 in their waters?
Well, Iran's probably reacting like a cat that just spotted a cucumber, utter surprise, followed by a bit of panic, a dose of anger, and a lot of hissing. They don't like being shown up on their own turf, and the F-35 is like the flashy neighbor who just bought a sports car that's 10 times fancier than your clunker. So expect a lot of fiery rhetoric, maybe a few sanctions, and possibly even some military posturing that would put gymnasts to shame. It's like a game of chess where you accidentally knock over the board. Everyone's scrambling to put the pieces back together, while trying to act like it's all part of the plan. Let's just say, if you thought the waters were tense before, they've now turned into a high-pressure sauna.
And what does this all mean for the average Joe, back in the US?
For the average Joe, it means keeping one eye on the news and the other on the football game. Because, let's face it, nothing says let's enjoy life like wondering if we're on the brink of World War III while munching on nachos. It's like having a shark circling your swimming pool. Terribly uncomfortable, but you can't just stop having fun in the water, right? Prices at the pump might fluctuate based on whether someone in the Strait has a bad hair day, and you'll definitely be hearing a whole lot of chatter from the news anchors trying to make sense of it all, while you just want to know why your Wi-Fi keeps dropping. So, buckle up, folks. It's gonna be a bumpy ride, and don't forget to fill up that gas tank.
So, Kevin Smith, the British content creator, had an adventure at the Thailand-Cambodia border, where he narrowly escaped gunfire while filming. What happened there?
Well, you know how some people go on vacation and come back with a fridge magnet? Kevin apparently decided to up the stakes and came back with a near miss from a bullet instead. I mean, who needs a postcard when you have a video of Thai authorities firing warning shots just 20 meters away? It's a bit like going to Disneyland and having a roller coaster malfunction with you still strapped in. Thrilling, but maybe a little excessive. You've got to love the content creation hustle though. Forget influencer marketing. Kevin is out there, making sure he gets that heart-stopping, adrenaline-pumping footage. You know? Just in case being shot at doesn't earn him enough subscribers.
What was Kevin's reaction to the situation?
Oh, you can just imagine him chuckling, nervously, saying something like, "Well, that's one way to get views." I mean, if there was a danger meter for content creators, this would be a solid 11 out of 10. Who wouldn't want to experience a wild game of dodge the bullet while trying to get that perfect shot? It's like instead of the behind-the-scenes feature, he's got behind the gunfire. Honestly. Next time he might start a new trend called extreme filming, where the objective is to capture dangerous moments while dramatically trying to look cool. But at the end of the day, he's probably thinking, is this a new content genre or just a really bad day at work?
What does this say about content creators in general?
Ah, the modern-day gladiators, fighting for clicks instead of a lion's attention. It's like they're in a never-ending contest of who can push the limits further. Who knew that shooting a video could come with a side of live ammunition? I mean, back in my day, the most dangerous trend was wearing socks with sandals. Now, it's apparently dodging bullets while trying to make TikTok famous. You have to applaud their dedication, though. They'll go to any lengths for those dramatic storytelling moments. I can just picture the meeting. How can we spice up our channel? How about adding a little gunfire?
What are the implications of such dangerous situations for content creators?
Oh, just think of all the implications. First, there's the whole risk versus reward thing. Instead of a nice cup of coffee and a cozy chair, now they need to factor in body armor and a tour guide who knows the safest escape routes. You know, just typical Wednesday work stuff. I mean, who needs a camera that can capture high definition when you can have a live-action thriller? They might have to start offering hazard pay for filming in certain areas. And let's not forget the insurance premiums. They'll have to sell their souls to get coverage for filming in dangerous zones. But hey, at least they can get a cool story out of it, if they live to tell it.
What could be the potential fallout from Kevin's experience?
Oh, the fallout could be as entertaining as watching a reality show. We could see a wave of new content creators trying to one-up each other by filming increasingly ridiculous stunts. Oh, you filmed a bear? Pfft, try filming a bear that's just been startled by a gunshot. You just know there's going to be a content creator sitting in a boardroom somewhere thinking, "What Kevin did was fantastic, but how do we make it even crazier?" There'll be that one guy who decides that filming from the middle of a highway during rush hour is the next big thing. It's all fun and games until someone becomes a viral sensation. For the wrong reasons. And we'll probably have a whole new genre of how not to film tutorials, complete with safety tips, like, first rule: always check if the area is a war zone before hitting record.
In light of this, what advice would you give to aspiring content creators?
Oh, you bet I've got some solid advice. First, if your idea involves dodging bullets, maybe consider something safer, like extreme knitting or underwater basket weaving. You know, activities that don't come with a risk of organ failure. Also, a good rule of thumb: if there's a chance you need to wear a helmet while filming, it may be time to rethink your life choices. And let's not forget, your followers don't need to see you on the evening news as a cautionary tale. Content creation should be exciting, but not last episode of a horror series exciting. So keep it interesting, but maybe leave the gunfire for the movies, yeah?
So, it seems Iran's oil production is hanging in there, despite the Hormuz Strait closure, while its Gulf neighbors are crying over spilled oil. How do you explain this situation?
Well, it's like a game of musical chairs, but instead of music, we have oil prices, and instead of chairs, we have countries that can't sit down without crying in despair. While Iran is basically sipping a cocktail while watching the world burn, its neighbors are thrashing about like they just sat on a cactus. You see, Iran's oil production only dipped slightly, like a kid reluctantly giving up their candy for a moment before snatching it back. Meanwhile, Iraq, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia are experiencing what I'd call a drastic oil drought, losing nearly 3/4 of their production. It's like watching a competitive eating contest, where one contestant is munching on grapes while the others are choking on their own ambition.
What does this tell us about the resilience of Iran's oil production compared to its neighbors?
Oh, it's a classic case of survival of the fittest, or perhaps more accurately, survival of the sneakiest. Iran has somehow found a way to stay afloat, or maybe swim like a dolphin in a sea of setbacks, while its neighbors are floundering like fish out of water. With their production losses being a mere drop in the ocean, the rest of the Gulf states are left gasping for air. It's almost like Iran has a secret stash of lucky charms, or maybe they're just exceptionally skilled at playing oil poker. While everyone else is folding, they're raising the stakes and laughing all the way to the reservoir.
What about those Gulf neighbors? How are they handling this crisis?
Oh, you know, just a typical day in the neighborhood. If by typical, you mean total chaos. It's almost like they're all in on a prank where they forgot to bring the lifeboats. Iraq's losing nearly 75% of its oil production. That's like trying to fill a bathtub with the tap off. Kuwait and Qatar are following suit, losing more oil than a toddler loses their lunch on a roller coaster. You can almost hear them collectively scream, "Why us?" as they watch Iran saunter by like a cat that just knocked over a vase and doesn't care about the consequences. Honestly, it's comic but also tragic. You have to wonder if they're all sitting around a table, playing cards, and just realizing they're all out of chips.
What does Rosemary Kalanik's comment about Iran's strategic advantage in this situation mean for the future?
Ah, Rosemary has cracked the code. You know, it's like she's looking at a chess game where Iran is the player sitting smugly, confident they can hold the board hostage while their opponents are sweating bullets. Iran can drag this out longer than a soap opera plot twist, while the Gulf neighbors, bless their hearts, are left scrambling for solutions like someone trying to find Wi-Fi in a remote cabin. This isn't just a temporary setback. It's like giving Iran the keys to the car and then realizing you've locked yourself out. If they can maintain this leverage, we might as well start calling them the Duracell bunny of oil production. Just keeps going and going while others fizzle out.
With all this going on, what should we, as global citizens, take away from this situation?
Well, if you don't take a lesson from this, it's like watching a car crash in slow motion and still not learning to wear your seatbelt. The geopolitical landscape is as unpredictable as a cat in a room full of laser pointers. We should probably brace ourselves for a reality where oil is as scarce as a unicorn sighting. The Gulf nations might want to rethink their strategy and maybe start brainstorming new ways to diversify their economies, like investing in oil alternative technologies, or even, I don't know, starting a knitting club. This situation is a solid reminder that in the world of energy, you can never get too comfortable, especially when the Hormuz Strait starts to look like a high-stakes game of dodgeball.
In conclusion, how optimistic should we be about the oil market after all this?
Optimism in the oil market? That's like being optimistic about a cat not knocking over your favorite vase. You can hope for the best, but the odds are stacked against you. With all these geopolitical whirlwinds, supply and demand doing the tango, and critical players like Iran flexing their oil muscles, we might be in for a roller coaster ride. So, grab your popcorn and buckle up, because the oil market is like that unpredictable friend who shows up at parties. Always full of surprises, but you never know if it's going to be a great time or an absolute disaster. Just make sure you're ready for the unexpected, because in this world, anything can happen.
So, it seems like UN peacekeepers are having a rough day with Hezbollah drones detonating near their bases. What's going on there?
Well, it's like hosting a tea party, and a swarm of bees suddenly shows up, but instead of honey, they're bringing drones. Apparently, Hezbollah thought it would be a good idea to turn the Lebanese sky into their personal fireworks display, while the UN peacekeepers are just over there, wondering if they should upgrade their insurance policy or invest in a good helmet. It's a classic case of trying to keep the peace while everyone around you is playing with very dangerous toys. And let's be honest, no one ever looks good in a hard hat.
How concerning is it that these drones are apparently causing explosions so close to UN bases?
Oh, it's beyond concerning. It's like finding out that your neighbor's pet python has escaped and is now somewhere in your yard. These drones are not just bad news. They're the kind of news that makes you rethink your life choices. Like moving to a peaceful country, only to discover you're now living in a drone warfare zone. It's like those action movies where everyone's dodging bullets, except in this scenario, the bullets are flying in from a direction that shouldn't even be on the map of international diplomacy.
How have the UN peacekeepers responded to these drone incidents?
They've responded the way anyone would, by making urgent phone calls and praying they don't end up in a YouTube compilation titled Most Dangerous Places to Work. They're probably contemplating whether it's time to start a drone avoidance training seminar, or perhaps consider sky-high insurance premiums. I can just imagine them at a meeting saying, well folks, it's either we buy more armor, or we learn how to play dodgeball with an added twist of life and death. It's a tough gig when you're meant to be peacekeeping, and the only thing you're keeping is your head down.
What do we know about the source of these drones?
Ah, the million-dollar question. It's like trying to trace the origin of a really bad rumor that somehow made its way to the lunch table. Preliminary findings suggest these flying gizmos were made in Iran, which, surprise surprise, is no shocker. It's like calling your friend who's always late, and then being shocked when they show up late. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the drones had little Made in Iran stickers plastered on them. It's just another reminder that geopolitics is like a soap opera. Drama, intrigue, and tragic plot twists around every corner.
What can we expect next regarding this escalating situation?
Well, brace yourselves because it's about to get wilder than a family reunion where Uncle Joe brings his pet parrot. Expect more calls for investigations, diplomatic wrangling, and perhaps a round of international coffee meetings where everyone pretends to listen while secretly hoping the drones don't start using GPS. In the end, this whole situation is like watching a game of chess played by toddlers. Lots of moving pieces, some loud noises, and you just have to hope no one throws a tantrum. Because let's be honest, the last thing the world needs is more drama in a place that's already had more than its fair share.
What should the UN be doing in light of these ongoing issues?
Oh, they should probably consider a couple of things, namely, buying a massive net and putting it on their shopping list. In all seriousness, they need to up their game when it comes to monitoring and perhaps invest in some high-tech anti-drone gear, because peace apparently doesn't come cheap. Maybe throw a massive peace festival, complete with confetti and live music, because who doesn't love a good distraction? In the end, they need to keep the peace like it's their last chance at a karaoke night, enthusiastic, but with a conscious effort to hit the right notes, or else it's just going to be an endless cacophony of chaos.
So, India and Russia are tightening their partnership in the midst of global chaos. What's the story behind this?
Ah yes, the classic let's team up while the world decides to play a game of Jenga with international relations scenario. It seems like Indian External Affairs Minister Jaishankar woke up one day and thought, you know what would really spice up the geopolitical landscape? A little cozying up to Russia. Because nothing says stability like two nations deciding to buddy up amidst the world's biggest tantrum. This partnership is like a weird buddy cop movie where the stakes are high, yet all we can do is roll our eyes and hope they don't blow anything up.
What did Jaishankar say about the growing cooperation between India and Russia?
Oh, he enthused like he just discovered avocado toast. Apparently, this cooperation is the hottest thing since sliced bread. According to him, India's partnership with Russia has been on a steady growth trajectory, akin to a toddler learning to walk, sometimes wobbly, but they eventually get there. He emphasized that with the world being as complicated as solving a Rubik's Cube blindfolded, it's crucial for both nations to share their thoughts. Because nothing says I care like exchanging opinions while the rest of the globe is losing its marbles.
What's the significance of Lavrov's visit to India?
Ah, Lavrov's visit. It's like bringing your favorite dish to a potluck. Everyone's curious, but no one knows if it's going to be a hit or a culinary disaster. Jaishankar sees this as the perfect moment to analyze their special and important strategic partnership. Which sounds fancy, but let's be honest, it's like calling a 2-week-old sandwich aged to perfection. While they're at it, I half expect them to discuss world events over a game of chess. Because if anyone knows about making strategic moves, it's these two.
What are the sectors in which India and Russia are looking to expand their cooperation?
Well, according to Jaishankar, they're diving into fields like science, technology, and personnel exchanges. Basically, they're like two nerds in a lab whose bond deepens over test tubes and beakers. It's like saying they want to turn their friendship from casual coffee dates to full-on Netflix marathons, complete with popcorn and all. Because who wouldn't want to swap scientists and tech ideas when the world is in a state of chaos? They must think that's a great way to keep the peace. One scientific discovery at a time.
How does the current global climate influence these talks?
Oh, it's classic, isn't it? Like a rainy day that brings everyone inside to talk about the weather. Jaishankar made it clear that the current international situation is as tangled as your headphones in your pocket. They need an open dialogue. Otherwise, it's like two ships passing in the night, except these ships happen to be armed and ready to launch. So, in a world where tensions are higher than my caffeine levels after a triple espresso, it's lovely to see India and Russia deciding to throw a lifebuoy to one another, hoping they don't drown together.
What do you think the future holds for the India-Russia partnership?
Oh, predicting the future of this partnership is like trying to guess the ending of a thriller novel you aren't even halfway through. If they keep this up, we might see them become the geopolitical equivalent of your favorite sitcom duo, working through their issues while trying not to blow anything up. But let's be real. Their chemistry could either change the world or land them in a diplomatic blooper reel. It's a wild ride, and honestly, I can't wait to see what they stumble into next. Hopefully, it's more strategic and less catastrophic.
So, Slovakia has decided to shut all border crossings with Ukraine indefinitely due to security concerns. What do you think prompted such a strong move?
Well, when you look at the news these days, it's like Slovakia decided they needed a little me time away from international relations. It's like they took a step back and said, hey, borders are like relationships. Sometimes you just need to slam the door and pretend you're not home. I guess they figured if they closed the border, they wouldn't have to deal with any overly friendly neighbors or, geopolitical drama. I mean, who wouldn't want to avoid awkward conversations about security while standing in line at the border? It's like being asked to share popcorn during a horror movie.
What do you think the immediate effects of this closure will be on the people living near the border?
Well, the locals must be feeling like they're living in a real-life version of Escape from New York, except it's Slovakia, and there are no cool action sequences, just a lot of confused people at the border staring at each other, as if one of them might magically produce a border pass out of thin air. It's like, sorry folks, you're now stuck in the world's most boring waiting room. They could just start selling popcorn and charging for Wi-Fi at the border checkpoint, turn it into an entertainment venue. Watch as travelers become human statues while waiting for clearance.
What are the broader implications for Slovakia acting independently like this?
Oh, it's definitely a bold strategy, Cotton. It's like Slovakia looked at the European Union and said, yeah, we're good. We'll just hang out over here in our cozy little corner and binge-watch some security documentaries instead. I mean, can you imagine that conference call? Yes, we're going to need to pause all border activities forever. We have a new Netflix series to catch up on. And security concerns, of course. It's a classic case of if you can't beat them, just put on some noise-canceling headphones and ignore them completely.
How is this move being perceived in Ukraine?
Well, Ukraine is probably somewhere between, oh no, they didn't, and wait, did we forget to pay the rent? It's like when your friend suddenly unfriends you on Facebook, and you're left wondering if you posted too many cat videos. They're probably thinking, did we say something wrong? Was it the borscht joke? We can fix this. The reality is, it's a roller coaster of emotions for them. One minute they're feeling diplomatic, the next they're stuck in traffic with Slovakia, trying to block the road, like it's the last slice of pizza at a party.
What could potentially lead to Slovakia reopening its borders?
Well, if we see a massive spike in demand for Slovakian cheese, or maybe a miraculous diplomatic breakthrough where everyone starts singing Kumbaya around a campfire, who knows? Maybe they'll realize that the grass isn't always greener on the other side, and all they really needed was to send over a nice fruit basket to smooth things over. I mean, nothing says let's be friends like a delicious assortment of apples and oranges, right? They could even go full-on diplomatic and send a heartfelt note saying, "We miss you, but we really need to get our act together first."
Do you think other countries will follow Slovakia's example?
Oh, absolutely. It's like fashion trends, right? Once one country wears a closed-border jacket, you better believe others are going to start strutting that runway. Next thing you know, you'll have countries playing border games, and we'll all be watching from the sidelines like it's the latest reality show. Who will be the next to close their borders? Find out next week on Keeping Up with the Countries. Spoiler alert, there will be drama because, let's be real, nothing gets people more excited than international disputes mixed with a touch of melodrama.
So, we heard that Alex Soros is putting $30 million into fighting anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hate. What do you think about that move?
Well, it's about as bold as someone wearing socks with sandals and claiming they're starting a new trend. I mean, $30 million is not just pocket change. It's like deciding to buy a yacht instead of a nice lunchish. It's a big statement, sort of like yelling, "I love the ocean," while jumping into a kiddie pool. Sure, it's a start, but can it really make waves? The real challenge is getting everyone on board that ship, because let's face it, on the issue of hate, people usually prefer to grab a lifeboat instead.
How do you think the public will respond to this initiative?
Oh, the public response will be like watching a group of cats trying to pass a law. Chaotic, unpredictable, and probably a little messy. Some folks will cheer, and others will go full conspiracy theorist mode, like they just discovered the last slice of pizza was eaten by the dog. It's the classic Godzilla vs. King Kong scenario. Some will rally behind it with the enthusiasm of a kid in a candy store, and others will treat it like a kale smoothie, like, thanks but no thanks. You know how it goes. Opinions are like armpits, everyone has them, and most of them stink.
What kind of organizations do you think will benefit from this funding?
Well, I imagine a wide range of organizations will pop up faster than a toadstool after a rainfall. From grassroots activists to tech-savvy truth seekers, it's like a buffet of good intentions. You've got the folks who'll probably show up with excellent PowerPoint presentations and a Rolodex of impressive connections, and then you've got others who might just be handing out pamphlets at the local park, trying to convince squirrels about the importance of tolerance. It's a mixed bag, but hey, if it gets the message across and maybe even brings about a few more hugs and handshakes, then it's a win, right?
There are critics who say that throwing money at the problem won't solve it. What's your take on that?
Oh, absolutely. Throwing money at a problem is like throwing a party and forgetting to invite the guests. You can have the best balloons and cake, but if nobody shows up, it's just a sad, lonely affair. Critics are right to raise an eyebrow. It's like buying a treadmill and using it as a coat rack. You need action, not just cash. The real trick is making sure this funding comes with a side of accountability. Because let's face it, money alone won't stop a hate wave. We need a movement that's more contagious than a TikTok dance challenge.
What are the potential challenges this initiative might face?
Oh, Where do we begin? It's going to be like trying to steer a ship through a hurricane with a broken compass. From political pushback to public skepticism, it's going to take more than a big check to keep this boat afloat. Imagine trying to juggle flaming torches while riding a unicycle on a tightrope. It's all fun and games until someone drops the balls. Plus, let's not forget the internet trolls lurking in the shadows, sharpening their keyboards like weapons. This initiative will need as much finesse as a cat trying to land on its feet after jumping off a wardrobe.
In the end, what do you think will be the legacy of Alex Soros's donation?
The legacy? Well, it might be a mix of a heroic saga and a cautionary tale. If it works, we'll be talking about it at family gatherings like it's the latest Marvel movie, releasing sequels every summer. But if it doesn't, it'll probably end up being another footnote in the history of well-intended disasters, kind of like my attempt at baking a soufflé. You either become a symbol of hope or just a punchline at the comedy club of life. But hey, with $30 million at play, let's hope for the former.
So, Donald Trump just made an official visit to Beijing. What does this mean for US-China relations?
Ah yes, the grand spectacle of diplomacy featuring our very own real estate mogul and Twitter aficionado. It's like sending a cat to negotiate with a pack of dogs. I mean, the headlines practically write themselves. With Trump in Beijing, it's a classic let's pretend we're best buddies while glaring at each other behind our backs scenario. Nothing says, we're in this together, like a lavish banquet with the world's most populous nation while simultaneously accusing them of stealing your lunch money. Will this lead to a new era of collaboration, or yet another episode of The Apprentice? International Edition? Grab your popcorn, folks.
What kind of reception do you think Trump received in China?
Oh, one can only imagine. It was probably a mix of red carpets and raised eyebrows. Picture it. Trump stepping off the plane to a welcoming committee that looks like they've just seen a ghost. They must have been thinking, is this the part where we pretend to like each other? I can just hear the Chinese officials whispering to each other. Does he really think he can order dumplings here? It was likely a high-stakes game of diplomatic poker, with neither side wanting to show their hand, and Trump just trying to figure out if he can get a discount on Great Wall memorabilia.
How does this visit fit into the larger context of U.S. foreign policy?
Well, if U.S. foreign policy were a sitcom, this visit would be the hilarious season finale, where everything seems to go wrong. One minute, we're shaking hands, and the next, we're throwing shade, like it's a summer barbecue. Trump's foreign policy approach seems to be a mix of let's wing it, and who needs a script anyway? It's like playing chess with someone who just discovered checkers. The visit might help to lighten tensions. Or it could be like trying to fix a leaky faucet by tightening the wrong screw. Splash zones included.
Do you think this visit will have any actual impact on trade relations?
Ah, the golden question. If only trade relations were as simple as ordering takeout. One trip does not magically fix decades of economic tension. It's like trying to settle a family feud over Thanksgiving dinner. Sure, there are awkward conversations and some forced smiles, but in the end, Aunt March is still bringing her infamous casserole that nobody wants. Trump might promise to cut a fantastic deal over some dim sum, but chances are the trade balance will continue to resemble a seesaw operated by toddlers who forgot how to share.
What can we expect from China's response to this visit?
Well, if China were a teenager, they'd be rolling their eyes and muttering, whatever. Expect a response that's as carefully crafted as a school essay on why they deserve a phone upgrade. They'll probably smile and nod while thinking, this is adorable. He thinks he's in charge. They'll likely engage in some polite rhetoric, while secretly working on their master plan of world domination. Or at least on keeping their economic engines revved up while the US fumbles with its own policies. It's the political equivalent of nodding along while secretly plotting your next move over a game of chess. Unbeknownst to the other player, of course.
Is there a chance this visit will change public perception of Trump?
Oh, the irony. Changing public perception? That's like trying to reshape a cube into a circle using a hammer. There might be some who will go, "Wow, he really is presidential." But let's be real. Most folks will sidestep that conclusion like it's in the way of their morning coffee. Public perception of Trump is like that stubborn stain on your favorite shirt. No amount of washing will get it out. He could hand out free puppies and host a karaoke night and still be a polarizing figure. It's kind of like flipping a coin. Either you love him or you're ready to toss it out the window.
So, it looks like Trump's claims about Iran's missile destruction were more fiction than fact. What's the scoop on that?
Ah, yes, Trump's claims, like a magician's rabbit, they seem to vanish when you look closely. In truth, he's like a kid on Christmas morning, excitedly proclaiming he got a shiny new toy just to find out it's a used sock. Apparently, after all those glamorous airstrikes, Iran managed to patch things up and keep 30 out of 33 missile positions in tip-top shape. It's almost like the "please don't shoot" signs were just a friendly suggestion. So, if the party line is that we're wiping out their missile capabilities, someone's definitely been getting the wrong intel. Maybe consulting a crystal ball instead.
It seems like there's been a bit of a disconnect between the White House and the intelligence community. What do you make of that?
Oh, this is just classic Washington. It's like a bad sitcom where the lead characters just never seem to agree on anything. The intelligence community is out there with their actual facts, like the responsible adult in the room, while Trump's over there playing the art of the deal with Iran's missile stockpile. Talk about a plot twist. If I had $1 for every time the intel guys disagreed with the White House, I could probably fund a new missile defense system myself. But, hey, if only they'd remember to check in before making claims. Life could be so much simpler.
What does this leak mean for US-Iran relations moving forward?
This leak is like a stain on a white shirt at a wedding, totally embarrassing and likely to ruin the whole affair. A whisper in the ear of the American establishment seems to be saying, "Pump the brakes, folks." It's as if someone suddenly realized we're playing poker with jelly beans instead of chips. And Iran? They're sitting there like, "Oh, you thought we were on the ropes? Surprise, we're back in business." If the US keeps going down this path, they might find themselves knee-deep in diplomatic quicksand, while the Iranian genie has already popped back into the bottle, ready to cause mischief.
Do you think the intelligence community is trying to prevent further conflict?
Honestly, it's like watching a cat try to get a dog to stop barking. It's entertaining but not likely to work out well. The leak feels like their last-ditch effort to wave a giant red flag, screaming, "Stop! You're driving the car off a cliff." They're probably hoping cooler heads can prevail in a sea of hot air. But what's the chance of that? It's like trying to convince a toddler to share their candy. Good luck with that strategy. If they want to stop the escalation, they better strap on some armor, because wrestling with lobbyists is no cakewalk.
Can we trust that the intelligence community's concerns will actually lead to a change in policy?
Oh, the age-old question. Can we trust anything in politics? It's like asking if my cat will ever stop knocking things off the counter. The intelligence folks are like those wise sages in movies, trying to lead the hero down the right path, but our hero loves a good dramatic turnaround. Unless Congress starts following the lead of the intel community instead of the latest Twitter trend, policy changes could be as rare as a unicorn sighting. So, let's just say I'm not holding my breath, unless I want to end up in a cat video, that is.
Lastly, what are the implications of the Pentagon spending on this situation?
Oh, the Pentagon spending, always a source of dramatic tension. It's like your friend who keeps borrowing money for their surefire investment that somehow never pays off. Tens of billions wasted. And now they're sitting there wondering where it all went wrong. Probably looking for their missing socks too. It's almost comical that they can spend with such reckless abandon, but then act bewildered when Congress starts asking for receipts. If this keeps up, the military budget could be a new reality show. Who wants to be a millionaire? Oh, wait, we're broke.
So Slovakia has closed its border checkpoints with Ukraine over rising drone attacks in Zakarpatye. What does that mean for travelers?
Ah yes, the classic game of drones versus borders. You know, it really adds a level of excitement to your travel plans when you can't tell if your biggest hurdle will be a passport control officer or a flying robot armed with explosives. So, for all the thrill seekers out there looking to cross from Slovakia to Ukraine, I suggest taking a scenic route. Maybe buy a map, rent a horse, or just embrace a new mantra. Who needs borders when you have creativity? It's like a game of dodgeball, but with geopolitical stakes.
What are the implications of this border closure for the region?
Implications, you say? Let's just say it's like putting up a no swimming sign at a beach, where everyone already knows there are jellyfish lurking. Sure, it keeps the populace from taking a dip into a potentially dangerous situation, but it also means fewer beach parties. Economically, suddenly Slovakia's border towns might turn into ghost towns, like a bad horror movie where the only sound is the wind blowing through the empty streets and the whispers of, "Where did everyone go?" But hey, at least the local drone manufacturers are staying busy.
How do you think the drone situation is going to escalate from here?
Well, it's like watching a reality show where the plot twists just keep getting wilder. We have drones buzzing around like it's a giant insect convention, and with rising tensions, who knows what's next? Maybe they'll start auditioning for the next season of Dancing with the Drones. These flying machines could take up a new hobby, like photography or potentially piloting us into the next international feud. And let's be real, if there's one thing we've learned from the history of drone warfare, it's that they tend to have more drama than a soap opera on steroids.
What can the governments involved do to address this rising threat?
Ah, the age-old question of what can government do? It's kind of like asking a cat to take a bath. A lot of noise, some resistance, and not much gets done. They could improve surveillance, you know? Get those drones playing a friendly game of tag with some major radars. Or they might just slap some heavy fines on drone enthusiasts, which sounds great until you realize most of them probably don't even have spare change lying around. So, it's really a balancing act between keeping peace and making sure the drones are still able to post on social media without too much interference. Ah, modern conflicts.
Is this situation likely to affect international relations in the area?
Oh, absolutely. It's like adding jalapenos to an already spicy dish. It just complicates things further and might cause a few tears. The relationships between nations could sour quicker than milk left out on a summer picnic. It's a buffet of diplomatic tensions, and you never know who will take the last slice. Countries might start rearranging alliances like a game of musical chairs. And trust me, when the music stops, it's not just the chairs that get overturned, it's whole bilateral agreements. So grab your popcorn, folks. This show is just getting started.
How do citizens of both countries feel about these drone attacks?
Well, combine a pack of anxious parents with caffeinated squirrels and you've basically got the citizen's outlook. People are understandably worried. It's not every day you get a surprise drone delivery, especially not the kind that drops bombs instead of presents. They're probably looking out their windows, wondering if they should start practicing their best duck and cover moves. But on the plus side, they'll become experts at not looking concerned during a crisis. Because nothing says, "I'm calm," like living under the shadow of a drone. It's all about keeping those spirits high, even when the threats are buzzing low.
What should we keep an eye on as this situation develops?
Oh, keep your eyes peeled like you're trying to spot a rare Pokemon. Watch for any sudden drone fashion trends. I hear they might be going for the stealthy black look. Also, we should keep tabs on government responses. Who knows? They might start implementing more stringent measures, like biometric sensors, for your morning coffee runs. And don't forget about social media. I mean, if people can't tweet their way through a crisis, what's the point? The unfolding drama is sure to have more layers than the latest TikTok trend, making it a must-watch spectacle for everyone who loves a good dose of chaos mixed with cringe.
Unseen chaos unfolds outside Trump's Beijing hotel, a shocking look at presidential security.
Well, you know how it is when you're a world leader trying to negotiate trade deals and possibly avoid a small apocalypse. Things can get a bit hectic. I mean, you'd think with all that security, it would look more like a fancy gala than a scene straight out of a low-budget action movie, right? People bumping into each other like they're trying to become Olympic wrestlers, while the Secret Service is probably wishing they could just blend in as the hotel staff.
What exactly happened out there?
Oh, just your typical day in the life of Trump, where every moment is like a live episode of Survivor, Political Edition. There were protesters, supporters, and probably a few confused tourists who were just looking for a good Instagram shot. It's as if someone tossed a bunch of political mishaps into a blender set to Cheos and hit the button with a big old Trump sticker on it. I half expected to see a marching band and a clown car pull up any second.
Could you tell us about the reactions from the crowd?
Ah yes, the crowd. A beautiful tapestry of expressions ranging from utter disbelief to the oh-so-familiar look of someone who just stepped in something unpleasant. You know, the kind of mixed feelings that could only be captured in a meme. You've got folks waving banners like they're at a football game, but instead of cheering for their team, they're just desperately trying to get someone to listen to their very important opinions on trade tariffs and hair products. It's basically a soap opera, but with more shouting.
What do you think this says about presidential security in general?
Well, if this whole fiasco teaches us anything, it's that having a secure hotel is like having a good umbrella in a rainstorm. It's useless if you forgot to close it. I mean, we can flood our presidential security with billions of dollars, but as long as we're still trying to pry citizens away with a toothpick, we might as well be guarding a piñata at a kid's birthday party. Just a bunch of adults, pretending everything is under control while chaos rains down like confetti.
Are you surprised that this chaos happened?
Surprised? I mean, if I had $1 for every time something unexpected happened surrounding Trump, I'd probably have enough to fund my own talk show. This is like being shocked that rain falls in a monsoon. It's just part of the package, folks. Every time he opens a door, it's like opening Pandora's box, except, instead of releasing evils, we get tweets and spontaneous rallies. Who needs Netflix when you've got this reality show unfolding live in front of us?
What might this mean for future events involving Trump?
Well, buckle up, because if this is a sneak peek into the future, it's going to be about as predictable as a cat on a hot tin roof. It's a wild ride, folks. Future events are likely to come with a side of chaos, a drizzle of confusion, and a big scoop of popcorn, because who doesn't love a good spectacle? We might as well set up bleachers outside wherever he goes, because it seems like the more he travels, the more likely we are to need a manual on how to not be shocked by presidential shenanigans 101.
So, the news claims that the US is strategically preventing Europe from becoming a power center in this multipolar world. What's your take on that?
Oh, absolutely. It's like watching a parent refuse to let their teenager borrow the car because they're afraid the kid will outshine them at the prom. The US has been playing the big sibling role for Europe, making sure they don't learn to drive their own geopolitical vehicle. This strategy has been in the works for about 10 to 15 years, which is about the same time it takes for a moody teenager to master the art of sulking. Now, Europe had dreams of becoming an independent power player, like a kid wanting to be a rock star, but here they are, stuck in the garage looking for gas money.
Interesting metaphor. Can you elaborate on why Europe might be struggling economically?
Well, imagine Europe as a coffee shop that used to serve the fanciest lattes, but now can barely afford instant coffee. They were once on their way to becoming a major economic powerhouse, but now they're looking more like a college student, living off ramen noodles. The problem is that their financial dependence on the US is like a bad relationship. They can't break free, and let's not even mention the energy dependency. It's like being tied to a generator that occasionally runs out of juice right when you need it for your Netflix binge. The dream of independence is fading faster than last year's fashion trends.
And how does this dependence on the US manifest in practical terms?
Oh, it's like when your friend always insists on choosing the restaurant, and you're just too afraid to voice your preference. The US is the overbearing friend in this dynamic, controlling Europe's energy policies and keeping them from exploring other dining options. Every time Europe tries to diversify their sources, it's like they get a polite no from the US, and suddenly they're staring at a menu of one, the American cheeseburger. It's a delicious burger, sure, but after the third one, you start wondering if there's something healthier on the menu.
What about the political aspect? Is there a consistency in US policies regardless of who's in power?
Oh, absolutely. It's like watching a soap opera where the villains never really change, just the actors. Regardless of who sits in the Oval Office, the script remains the same. Keep Europe on a tight leash and avoid letting them stray too far. It's all part of a grand strategy that's more consistent than your friends' excuses for not going to the gym. And those plans to buy stakes in European projects? Just another plot twist to ensure the Europeans stay nice and cozy under Uncle Sam's wing, as if they are the family pet rather than full-grown adults.
What does the expert suggest about the future of Europe given this dynamic?
Well, let's say Europe is on a tightrope strung between the desire for independence and the safety net of US support. The expert paints a rather grim picture, where Europe's ambitions resemble that of a hamster in a wheel. Lots of activity, but going absolutely nowhere. They may be dreaming of being a power player, but right now they're stuck waiting for the US to give them a boost. If they don't find a way to cut the cord, they might end up as that friend who always tags along but never gets invited to the main event. The future looks like a series of missed opportunities and awkward dinners, if you ask me.
So, any closing thoughts on this whole strategy?
Yes, it's a geopolitical dance where the US is leading, and Europe is trying to keep up, but keeps stepping on their toes. It's like watching an awkward prom couple, where one partner is way more invested in the choreography than the other. The US seems determined to keep Europe from becoming a major player, which is fine if your goal is to preserve the status quo, but good luck to Europe if they ever want to break free. They might need some serious dance lessons and a little less reliance on their overprotective partner. So, let's just grab some popcorn and see how this drama unfolds.
So, the death toll in the Israel-Lebanon conflict is approaching 2,900. What are your thoughts on this escalating situation?
Well, it's truly heartbreaking, isn't it? I mean, if we were handing out awards for conflict escalation, this one would win gold without breaking a sweat. It's like watching a really sad reality show where everyone just keeps getting eliminated, only, instead of a cash prize, the losers are just, well, a grim statistic. And let's be honest, who knew that the show must go on would apply to tragedies like this as well? It's less of a finale and more of a never-ending season.
What are the implications of this rising death toll for the political landscape in the region?
Oh, it's like adding fuel to a fire that's already raging. The politicians are probably in a heated debate over who can create the most elaborate excuse for why they're not doing anything. It's like watching a game of musical chairs where no one wants to sit down because they think they might get electrocuted. They say, every crisis is an opportunity. But in this instance, it seems like the only opportunity is for politicians to flex their blame-shifting muscles.
Is there any hope for a peaceful resolution amid all this violence?
Hope? Oh, that's a funny word, isn't it? It's like asking if we can convince cats to stop knocking things off tables. Sure, we can dream, but realistically, it seems like peace is about as achievable as getting a toddler to share their toys. Everyone's too busy fortifying their sandcastles to realize the tide is rising, and the only thing floating away is any chance of harmony. So, brace yourself, folks, because it's going to be a bumpy ride on this roller coaster of conflict.
What can be said about the humanitarian impact of such conflicts on civilians?
The humanitarian impact, an Oscar-worthy performance that never wins any awards. If you thought reality TV was dramatic, just wait until you watch the fallout of war. Civilians are caught in a tragic Shakespearean play, except with fewer soliloquies and a lot more chaos. It's like being in a restaurant where you order a nice meal and end up with a side of disaster. People are left to piece their lives back together, while politicians argue over the menu.
How do people usually react to these types of news stories?
Oh, it's always a delightful mix of outrage and apathy. Some folks rally together, ready to change the world one hashtag at a time, while others are just trying to figure out how to get through their day without losing their minds. It's like a group of people at a party who can't decide if they want to dance or just stand in the corner, sipping their drinks while pretending to care. When it comes to bad news, we all have our coping mechanisms, and sometimes that's just scrolling past it on social media.
What role does the media play in shaping public perception of these events?
Yes, the media, the double-edged sword of our time. They have the magical ability to turn a tragedy into a trending topic faster than you can say clickbait. It's like watching a magician's act, where the audience is left wondering if this is real life or just an illusion. On one hand, they bring attention to crises, but on the other, they often sensationalize everything like it's the latest blockbuster. So, when we watch the news, we have to remember it's not just the facts, it's also a carefully curated narrative that's often more about ratings than reality.
So it seems Kuwait has taken aggressive action by striking an Iranian boat and detaining the crew. What are your thoughts on this escalating situation?
Oh, just another day in the Middle East. I mean, who needs reality TV when you have nations playing tug-of-war over boats like they're competing for the last slice of pizza at a family gathering? Kuwait's just trying to remind Iran that the Gulf isn't a kiddie pool. It's more like an Olympic swimming arena, where everyone's trying to outswim the other. And let's be real, Iran's response of "we reserve the right to respond" is about as ominous as your mom saying, "she'll talk to you about your grades later." Spoiler alert, nobody is ever really ready for that conversation.
What could this retaliation from Iran look like? How do you envision their next move?
Ah yes, the classic game of international chess, where every pawn thinks they're a queen. Iran's next move could either be them flexing their military muscles by sending out a fleet of boats, or they might just post a strongly worded tweet, because nothing says, "do not mess with us," quite like a social media rant. Maybe they'll get creative and start a TikTok dance trend about peaceful negotiations. That should go over well. But in all seriousness, Iran has a few cards up its sleeve, probably some that involve the oil market, which is basically their version of monopoly. Except everyone is constantly trying to avoid getting sent to jail.
Given the context of rising tensions, how do you think international players will react to this incident?
Oh, international players are like an awkward family reunion. Everyone's whispering behind closed doors while pretending to be civil. The US might step in, waving their big stick and reminding everyone who's really in charge. Meanwhile, Europe will probably send a strongly worded letter, which, let's face it, is about as intimidating as a kitten trying to scare off a dog. And then we have the UN, who will sit there and watch, probably taking notes for their next big report, while the rest of us grab popcorn and prepare for the sequel to this diplomatic drama.
What impact do you foresee on the region's stability after this altercation?
Stability in the Middle East? Oh, that's a phrase you could put on a poster in a museum of rare artifacts. After this altercation, the region might just be running around like a chicken with its head cut off, claiming to search for stability while secretly trying to outdo each other in the who's more dramatic competition. It's like a game of Jenga. Take one piece out, and the whole tower might come crashing down. So, we can expect a few more fireworks, fewer diplomatic dinners, and probably some very uncomfortable phone calls to leaders who are just as puzzled as the rest of us about how to untangle this mess.
Do you think this incident could trigger a larger conflict in the Gulf region?
Ah, the age-old question. Will they, or won't they? It's like waiting for the other shoe to drop, except the shoe is a metaphorical bomb. Sure, this could spiral into a larger conflict quicker than you can say misunderstanding, especially if someone accidentally spills coffee on a top-secret document. But then again, both sides might take a step back, realizing that a prolonged conflict is like a bad breakup. Lots of shouting, nothing getting resolved, and trust me, no one wants to be the one left crying over their ex's Instagram posts. Plus, no one likes a messy Gulf. It would ruin the picturesque beach vibes, right?
Lastly, how can diplomacy play a role in de-escalating these tensions?
Diplomacy is like the kid at school who tries to mediate between two friends about to throw down over a game of dodgeball. Nobody really wants to listen, but somehow they have to work it out. So, we might see some back-channel negotiations happening, where diplomats sit in a room trying to figure out who said what and when. It's a bit like playing charades without any clues. At the end of the day, if they could just sit down, share a chai, and hash things out like adults, we might find a way to keep things on an even keel. Unless, of course, someone forgets the sugar. Then all bets are off.
So, Putin just declared that Russia's nuclear forces will surpass all current and future defense systems. What do you make of this bold proclamation?
Ah, yes. Nothing like a good old-fashioned nuclear arms race to get the heart racing, right? It's like the ultimate game of Risk, but instead of armies on a board, we have nuclear warheads being hurled around like confetti. I mean, I can almost picture Putin doing a victory lap on a tank while holding a sign that says, "Mine's bigger." He claims they'll develop missile systems that can outsmart any defense system. Well, good luck with that. It's like trying to outsmart your GPS. One moment you're cruising along, and the next it's rerouting you into a lake. Honestly, it's like watching two kids argue about who has the cooler toy. But in this case, the toys could potentially wipe out half the planet. What a delightful thought.
What's the potential global reaction to this announcement? How will other countries respond?
Oh, you can already hear the collective gasp from world leaders. It's like Putin just delivered the worst surprise party invitation ever, and everyone's scrambling to figure out how to respond without looking like they're panicking. Some countries might start flexing their own military muscles, while others might just throw up their hands and say, "Great, now we're all playing with fire." I mean, it's like getting invited to a cookout where the host has decided to deep fry their own backyard. You just know it's going to end in tears. Meanwhile, defense contractors are probably rubbing their hands together with glee, ready to cash in on the latest round of "let's see who can build a better bomb." It's enough to make anyone's head spin or reach for a strong drink.
Do you think Russia has the capability to actually surpass other countries' defense systems?
Well, let's not forget that claiming you can do something is a tad easier than actually doing it. It's like me saying I can outrun a cheetah. Sounds impressive until I trip over my own shoelaces and end up in a faceplant. Sure, Russia has some serious technological resources, but then again, we've seen how even the most sophisticated systems can go awry. Remember the time a certain satellite decided to go for a leisurely swim in the Pacific? It's like trying to build a house of cards during an earthquake. So yes, while Putin might talk a big game, executing it without a hitch is a whole different ballpark, and let's just say Russia's gotten a few strikes in the past.
What impact might this have on international diplomacy moving forward?
Ah, international diplomacy, the fine art of smiling while secretly plotting each other's demise. This might just crank up the tension levels to new heights, like a soap opera with 10 seasons already, and no end in sight. Countries will be sending each other the diplomatic equivalent of side-eye and passive-aggressive letters, trying to figure out who can one-up each other. It's like a giant chess match, except instead of pawns and knights, we have leaders trying to outwit one another with nuclear capabilities. I can already imagine them sending subliminal messages like, "Nice missile system you've got there, buddy. Pity if something were to happen to it." It's going to be a blast, and I don't mean in the fun way.
Could this announcement lead to a new arms race? What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, absolutely. Grab your popcorn because this show is just getting started. It's like Christmas every day for arms dealers, who are probably already licking their chops at the prospect of nations scrambling to upgrade their tech with all the grace of a toddler on roller skates. Just when you think you've seen it all, bam! Putin pulls a rabbit out of his hat, and the rest of the world is left gasping and rushing to the nearest weapons expo. It's like a game of who wore it best, but instead of fashion, it's all about who can develop the deadliest missile. At this rate, we might as well see who can create the fanciest nuclear weapon while they're at it. It's all fun and games until someone hits the big red button.
So, in your opinion, what should the global community's focus be in light of this news?
Well, ideally, the global community should focus on diplomacy, peace talks, and maybe, I don't know, a group hug? But let's be real here, it'll probably be a bit like trying to teach cats to harmonize. Nations will need to balance their strategic interests while making sure they don't set off the next worldwide panic attack. Hopefully, they can channel their inner diplomats and remember that all those missiles are not exactly the best way to win hearts and minds. Maybe they could all sit down over a cup of tea and discuss their feelings instead. I mean, who knows? A little chit-chat might just diffuse the tension better than any rocket could.
So, former Zelensky press secretary drops a bombshell about his alleged drug addiction? What's the scoop?
Ah yes, just another day in the circus that is global politics. Yulia Mendel, the former press secretary, is now playing the role of the whistleblower, claiming that Zelensky emerges from the restroom like a recharged iPhone after a 10-minute power nap. I mean, who knew bathroom breaks could be so transformative? It's like he's auditioning for a superhero role, only instead of saving the world, he's just saving his last shred of dignity.
And Maria Zakharova chimed in on the allegations, right? What did she say?
Oh, absolutely. Maria Zakharova, the spokesperson for the Russian Foreign Ministry, couldn't resist the chance to add her 2 kopecks. She claimed Mendel was simply kicking him where it hurts, spilling the tea about Zelensky's escapades, and, how he managed to pull off his high-energy performances. It's like they're all on an Olympic team for dodgeball, but instead, they're just dodging accountability. Who needs enemies when your friends come with tea kettles full of scalding allegations?
Is this a serious claim or just another ploy in the political game?
Oh, it's definitely a serious claim if you consider how much popcorn you'll need for the upcoming political drama. It's like reality TV without the filters, where every episode leaves you questioning not only the character's morality, but also your own life choices. Sure, it's a ploy, but it's a ploy wrapped in a dramatic monologue. It could either be a plot twist straight out of House of Cards, or just another Tuesday in a soap opera about geopolitics.
How do you think this affects Zelensky's image, considering he's been quite the figure in global politics?
Well, let's just say his image might need some serious retouching. It's like putting a band-aid on a leaky boat. Sure, it looks good for Instagram, but in reality it's just a soggy mess underneath. You've got a president trying to rally the world while being accused of, taking the performance-enhancing route in politics. That's a tough juggling act, especially when everyone's just waiting for that next big slip.
Do you think Mendel's remarks will have any real implications for Ukrainian politics?
Real implications? More like, welcome to the show. This is the kind of stuff that fuels the political gossip columns and gives late-night talk show hosts material for weeks. If every former aide started spilling secrets, we'd all need a new calendar just to keep track of the latest plot twists. It's like a political game of Jenga. Pull one block, and the whole tower could come crashing down, leaving everyone wondering if we should be crying or laughing.
And lastly, what's the takeaway from this whole situation?
Ah, the classic, everything is as it seems, but also, nothing is as it seems dilemma. The takeaway is, never underestimate the power of a bathroom break and an ex-press secretary with a microphone. This drama serves as a reminder that in politics, honesty is often just a suggestion, and the real truth is hidden behind layers of intrigue, and maybe a few bathroom stalls. So, keep your popcorn handy, folks. This show is just getting started.
So, Vietnam's tourism has skyrocketed with 8.8 million international visitors in just 4 months. Can you believe it?
Well, I can believe it, mostly because the number is larger than my last 3 online shopping bills combined. It seems like everyone decided to take a break from their home offices and swap Zoom meetings for beach meetings. I mean, who Who wouldn't want to trade their desk chair for a hammock, right? Vietnam is winning the global sweepstakes, and I can only imagine how many selfies are being taken next to a bowl of pho.
What do you think is driving this surge in visitors, especially considering Asia is still the main market?
Ah, the age-old question of why people flock to certain destinations. I imagine the allure of Asia is like an all-you-can-eat buffet. Who can resist? Vietnam must be serving up some serious cultural dishes, like delicious street food and stunning landscapes, with a side of friendly locals. Plus, with the way travel restrictions have been fluttering around like confetti, it's like a carnival of passport stamps. And Vietnam has the best rides.
And we hear that Russia is in the top 10 for visitors. What's so special about Vietnam for them?
Well, if I were a Russian traveler, I'd be looking for a place with decent vodka and a little sunshine. But seriously, Vietnam's probably got that perfect mix of warm weather and warm people. It's like a tropical pool party where everyone is invited, and I guess the Russians are just diving in head first. Plus, who can resist those low prices? It's like finding a secret sale at your favorite store, but this one comes with a side of beaches and history.
What challenges could Vietnam face with this tourism boom?
You know, with all this attention, Vietnam might just find itself drowning in its own rice paddies. The increased foot traffic could lead to overcrowding in popular spots. Picture this: tourists doing the conga line at the Ho Chi Minh Mausoleum. And let's not forget the pressure on local resources. It's like inviting too many friends to a potluck dinner and realizing you've only got one pizza. They'll need to balance that tourist influx with keeping the charm that made people come in the first place.
Do you think this trend will continue as we move through the year?
If I had a crystal ball, I'd probably be booking my own vacation instead of sitting here. But honestly, as long as flights remain affordable and Instagram continues to show off those picturesque views of Vietnam, I don't see why not. It's like a snowball rolling down a hill. A few excited travelers create excitement, which generates more excitement, and before you know it, we're all planning our next vacation to a mystical land. Just try to tell me that doesn't sound tempting.
Lastly, any tips for tourists planning to visit Vietnam in the wake of this tourism boom?
Absolutely. First off, pack your patience because you'll probably be waiting in line for everything. Think of it as training for the next Olympic Games in queuing. Second, learn a few Vietnamese phrases. Locals love when you try. It's like bringing a dish to that potluck dinner, you'll score major points. And finally, try everything. Just dive into that street food scene like a kid in a candy store. Remember, life is short, and so is your time in Vietnam. Don't take it too seriously after all. You're there for fun, not for a history exam.
So, the UK Navy just watched nearly 200 Russian oil tankers pass by like they were on a Sunday cruise. What's your take on this monumental inaction?
Oh, it's absolutely stunning, isn't it? I mean, who needs action when you can have a front row seat to a maritime parade? It's like watching a slow-motion train wreck happen and just sipping your coffee while thinking, well, this is awkward. The British Navy seems to have taken a master class in how to play the role of a passive observer. Or maybe they were just waiting for an invitation to board, you know, like a polite neighbor who's too shy to knock on the door.
It seems like politicians were making a lot of noise about stopping these tankers. What happened to those threats?
Ah yes, the classic big talk, small action scenario. Politicians love to throw around threats like confetti at a wedding. It's all about the show, right? But when it comes down to it, they'd rather stand by and watch than actually take action. It's like being in a horror movie and knowing the killer is behind the door, but instead of grabbing the nearest weapon, they're just checking their phone to see if the latest Twitter drama has dropped. Spoiler alert, it hasn't.
What did the former naval commander mean when he said the Navy lacks maritime backbone?
Well, that's a polite way to say they left their courage in their other pants. Imagine being the Navy and watching Russian tankers saunter through your waters like they own the place, while you're too busy contemplating your life choices. It's like being the bouncer at a club and letting everyone in without checking IDs, because, heaven forbid, you might have to actually do your job. You'd think they'd be concerned, but it's all about keeping up appearances, right? Just wave and smile.
The article mentions that international law limits what UK can do about these foreign tankers. How does that play into the situation?
And there we have it. International law. The ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card. It's like when you tell your friend you can't go out because it's against your principles or something. Honestly, if I had a nickel for every time a country cited international law rather than taking meaningful action, I'd be richer than the oil tycoons they're trying to stop. It's a classic case of wanting to look tough, but forgetting the doing part. So the tankers just glide through like they're taking a scenic route, and the Navy's left waving cheerily from the sidelines.
Can you explain how the Russian tankers can continue to operate while sanctions are in place?
Oh, it's like a game of hide and seek, except nobody's really hiding. You see, sanctions are sort of the government's way of saying, please don't, but also, we won't really stop you from doing it. These tankers have become the Houdinis of maritime law, disappearing from the radar and reappearing just as casually as your uncle at family gatherings after he promised to stay away. So while the UK throws around sanctions like they're confetti, the Russians are laughing all the way to the bank, probably filling it with oil money and a side of smugness.
In your opinion, what could the UK Navy have done differently?
Oh, a little thing called taking action wouldn't have hurt. They could have puffed up their chests and said, "Not in my waters," instead of playing the role of a confused bystander. Honestly, it's like watching a kid on a playground who's too afraid to join the game, instead just holding on to their toy while everyone else has fun. I mean, surely they could have whipped up some creative strategies, like a polite "excuse me" or a good old-fashioned game of maritime chicken to deter those tankers, or at least invested in some really intimidating signage. Nothing says "stay away" quite like a giant "not welcome" banner flapping in the wind.
So, we're diving into the grand unveiling of 243 years of Russia's Black Sea Fleet, huh? Can you give us a bit more context on this dark legacy?
Ah yes, 243 years of naval drama that makes a soap opera look like a boring lecture on plant biology. Picture this. Catherine the Great, who, let's face it, was probably on a quest to collect shiny things like some sort of imperial magpie, decides to forge an empire and protect her loot from pesky invaders. Cue the Black Sea Fleet, rolling onto the scene like the overzealous security guards at a mall. Fast forward to today, and it's still strutting its stuff, proving that some things never change, like its penchant for being a key player in national security. Who knew 3 centuries could feel like a never-ending episode of As the Sea Turns?
What was the motivation behind the creation of the fleet back then?
Well, if you think about it, imagine shipping your vintage collection of fine china through waters infested with pirates. Not a great idea, right? Catherine understood that the Southern Territories were the hot new real estate, but they came with all the charm of a used car lot. Attractive, but you've got to be careful. So, in true royal fashion, she waved into magic wand, or maybe just signed a decree, and poof, the Black Sea Fleet was born. It was like the ancient version of getting a "Do Not Disturb" sign for her newly acquired beachfront property ensuring that no one would mess with her vacation plans.
How relevant is the Black Sea Fleet today in terms of national security?
Oh, it's as relevant as a classic rock band playing at a state fair. The fleet today is like that one friend who still insists on wearing their Letterman jacket from high school. Always around, ready to remind everyone of its glory days while also keeping a watchful eye. With 7 military bases, numerous battle units, and a special relationship with submarines that's deeper than most rom-com plotlines, it's a cornerstone of Russia's national security. I mean, if you're laying claim to vast oceanic territory, you'd want a fleet that could throw a mean barbecue and defend your hot dogs from interlopers.
What's the significance of the anniversary celebration? And how do you think it plays out on the world stage?
Ah, the anniversary celebration. It's like throwing a birthday party for that one friend who takes their age too seriously. Russia's troops are probably gearing up to show off those shiny ships, like a bunch of kids with new toys, while the rest of the world is just rolling their eyes, wondering if there'll be cake or just more military posturing. This kind of celebration in the geopolitical world is like loud snangs in a library. Everyone knows it's happening, and some are just pretending it's not. It's a reminder that the Black Sea is still a hotspot, and the splashes from these old naval traditions can cause ripples far beyond the shorelines.
What do you think the future holds for the Black Sea Fleet?
Well, if past performance is anything to go by, we can expect more glittery parades and a lot of flexing. One can only imagine the fleet will continue its role as the ultimate overprotective parent of Russian maritime interests. As tensions rise and fall like a bad soap opera plot twist, I'm betting they'll be making some bold moves, perhaps even using those submarines for more than just hiding. Picture it: fleet personnel in hipster cafes, sipping lattes while planning world domination one naval exercise at a time. But whatever happens, you can bet it will be as dramatic as a reality TV season finale.
Are there any notable events that have happened in the fleet's history?
Oh, absolutely. The Black Sea Fleet has had more thrilling moments than a roller coaster at a theme park. From thrilling naval battles that could give Hollywood action scripts a run for their money to political tug-of-war that makes your average family Thanksgiving look peaceful. It's been a busy 243 years. One notable event was during the Crimean War, when the fleet pulled off a stunt that could only be compared to a high-stakes game of chess. With cannons, the fleet has survived ups and downs like a soap opera star. You think it's written off, and boom, it's back with a better storyline than ever. So yes, the history is rich, and it definitely has more plot twists than a mystery novel.
So, we just heard that a Chinese soldier was standing guard just feet away as Air Force One flew over Trump in Beijing. What was going through that soldier's mind?
Honestly, I can only imagine the soldier's thoughts were somewhere between, what in the world is that flying hotel? And do I get a medal for this, or just a front row seat to international awkwardness? I mean, standing there like a statue while the most powerful man in the world drifts by in a metal bird, it's like being at a parade with the worst float ever. Way too much red, too much gold, and absolutely no candy being thrown. He must have been thinking, great, I'm 10 feet from history, and all I get to do is practice my best mannequin impression. Talk about job perks.
What does this situation say about international relations?
Well, if this isn't a perfect metaphor for international relations, I don't know what is. It's like a family reunion where everyone pretends to get along while waiting for grandma to serve the awkward Thanksgiving turkey. The soldier's just standing there, probably thinking, do I salute, do I wave, or do I just act like I'm really into the weeds? Meanwhile, Trump's up in Air Force One, probably throwing paper airplanes and wondering if the menu includes Peking duck. It's a classic case of who's afraid of the big bad wolf. If they shook hands, we might need to start arranging playdates.
What kind of memes do you think this incident might inspire?
Oh, we are in for a meme goldmine. I can already see the when you're trying to look cool but your boss is flying by. Memes popping up faster than a cat video. The soldier's going to be the new face of military guarding 101. How to pretend you're not sweating while the world's chaos is 10 feet away. Expect to see him next to the caption, when your friend shows up to the party way too early, or just trying to guard my territory from an air raid of tweets. The internet just loves to take these moments and turn them into epic storylines. I mean, who knew standing still could translate into such rich meme content?
What does this tell us about Trump's visit to China?
Well, it tells us that Trump certainly knows how to make an entrance. Forget the red carpet, he's got Air Force One, and in a country where everything is an elaborate production, he might as well have shown up with a marching band and a float. You know he was up there, peeking out the window thinking, I'm the star of this show, folks. Meanwhile, the soldier's probably wishing he could just disappear into the background like a bad dance move at a wedding. Imagine getting all that attention and then realizing the spotlight isn't even on you. It's like showing up at a party thinking you're the DJ, but instead, you're just the guy holding the aux cord.
How should we interpret this sighting in the context of global dynamics?
Oh, it's a classic look but don't touch scenario, isn't it? Kind of like being in a candy store where you can see all the goodies, but the owner has decided that having a bodyguard to monitor your every move is the best policy. It's a way of saying, sure, we can coexist, but let's not get carried away here. You can almost picture the soldier thinking, so close, yet so far, I can practically smell the diplomatic tension. It's like watching a romantic comedy, where two characters have the hots for each other, but keep running into social protocols. Oh, can we just exchange a smile before we go back to pretending we're not in the same room? The world stage is basically a fancy theater, and a few of us are still figuring out how to read the script.
Is this moment indicative of something larger happening in US-China relations?
Absolutely. This is like a single grain of rice in a massive bowl of Asian cuisine. Sure, it's probably not the main dish, but it definitely adds flavor. It shows that the two can't entirely ignore each other, even if they're pretending to be really busy with their own sides of the buffet. It's like a game of chess, where both sides are considering their next move, but are also eyeing the dessert table. You can bet that while the soldier is standing there looking stoic, negotiations and trade talks are unfolding in the background like a soap opera season finale. You never know when someone's going to pull out the dramatic cliffhanger. Just don't expect any hugs at the end.
So, it looks like former Zelensky Chief of Staff Yermak consulted a feng shui fortune teller for advice on his power struggles. What are your thoughts on this unusual approach?
Well, you know, when you're a political figure in a country riddled with power struggles, why not consult a feng shui expert? I mean, who needs a political consultant when you can have a psychic rearranging your career like it's a living room? It's like using a magic 8-ball to make international policy decisions. And let's be honest, asking a fortune teller about power dynamics is a solid strategy if you believe that the universe is just a cosmic game of chess where the pieces are made of crystals.
What do you think about the advice that Yermak received from the fortune teller? Was it sound advice or just mystical mumbo-jumbo?
Oh, absolutely solid advice if you're trying to keep your job while twisting the fabric of reality. The fortune teller practically screamed, either you stay in power or someone else will. It's like telling someone in a relationship, either you take out the trash, or it becomes a biohazard zone. So clearly, very insightful. If only Yermak could also consult her on who to blame when things inevitably go south. Because heaven knows that's the real skill in politics.
Yermak apparently mentioned an ally in his correspondence with the fortune teller. How important do you think having friends in high places is in politics?
The age-old political strategy of, it's not what you know, but who you can call to bail you out when the going gets tough. Having a friend in politics is like having backup batteries for your remote. Absolutely crucial. Especially when you're losing the signal. If Yermak has a whole entourage of trusted allies, he might just get through his very own version of Survivor, Kyiv Edition. And let's face it, political landscapes are like high school. Always drama, lots of backstabbing, and you'd be wise to know who's got your back before you take a step into the cafeteria.
What do you think about Yermak's belief in the fortune teller's message about having a moral entitlement to remove his enemies?
Well, that's a refreshing take on ethics, isn't it? I have a morally sound reason to get rid of my enemies, because a lady with a crystal ball said so. I mean, if only the rest of us could use a fortune teller as our moral compass. Sorry, boss, I can't come into work today. My tarot cards said to avoid confrontations. It's the new workplace standard. In Yermak's world, enemies are just people waiting for the feng shui wind to change. Better keep an eye on the astrological calendar.
Do you think this consultation is a sign of desperation or simply a unique strategy?
Oh, a little from column A and a little from column B. It's like watching someone bring a rubber knife to a gunfight. Desperation meets misguided creativity. Consulting a fortune teller in the middle of political chaos is definitely a bold strategy. It's as if he thought, let me just spiritualize my way out of this mess. I can almost picture him lighting incense and thinking he can meditate his way to a peaceful resolution. Let's hope the fortune teller has a solid plan B in case Yermak's enemies don't buy into his newfound cosmic wisdom.
Finally, could this whole saga lead to a bigger conversation about the role of alternative methods in politics?
Oh, absolutely. Next thing you know, we'll have candidates campaigning with crystals and chakra alignments, promising to banish negativity from the political sphere. Just imagine election debates where candidates argue over whose aura is more convincing. What next? Political rallies featuring interpretive dance and sound baths. It's a slippery slope, my friend. Soon the political race could feel more like a whimsical fairy tale, where the winner is the one with the best spells. And honestly, it might just be more entertaining than the current drama unfolding in politics.
So, the U.S. military bases in the Middle East are at risk? What does that mean for America?
Losing those bases is like misplacing your favorite pair of socks. You know you really need them, but somehow they vanished into the Bermuda Triangle of laundry. It means America could be facing a strategic dependency crisis. Basically, we might have to rely more on our remaining bases in Turkey, Saudi Arabia, or Israel. It's like being stuck at the last stop of a bus route when you really wanted to go to Disneyland, so now you have to make friends with the bus driver and hope he's in a generous mood.
What are the implications of Iran's modern military tactics during this conflict?
Oh, it's like Iran rolled up to a game of chess with a whole deck of Uno cards. Totally unexpected. Their modern military tactics, using a swarm of missiles and drones, have shown that even the fanciest air defense systems can be outclassed when faced with sheer numbers. It's like trying to block a tidal wave with a teacup. No matter how advanced your cup is, you're just going to get soaked. Meanwhile, the US is stuck playing catch-up, as if they're still using dial-up in an age of fiber optics.
You mentioned that U.S. attacks have been ineffective due to Iran's strategy. How is that possible?
Well, it's like trying to hit a piñata that's hidden under a magician's cloak. Impossible and quite embarrassing to admit. Iran's dispersed and underground bases are practically the military equivalent of playing hide-and-seek with a bunch of ninjas. The U.S. strikes are about as effective as a diet soda at a fast food restaurant. It just doesn't cut it when you're up against something so robust and strategic. And let's be real, America is fighting like it's still 2000, while Iran seems to have fast-forwarded to 2030 with all their tech-savvy moves.
What does it mean for the air superiority that the U.S. has relied on for so long?
Oh, air superiority was supposed to be that glittering trophy on the shelf. But now it's looking more like a participation ribbon. With that being neutralized, the U.S. finds itself in a bit of a pickle, like trying to find a parking spot at a concert. The luxury of flying freely over the battlefield is quickly turning into a game of dodgeball. And not the fun kind, more like the getting hit in the face kind. It's a reality check that says, hey, maybe we should have invested in some more modern strategies instead of just flexing our air muscles.
Is America facing a new sort of dependency with its military presence?
Absolutely. It's the kind of dependency that makes you feel like a teenager needing to borrow money from their parents just to buy a snack, slightly embarrassing and a little desperate. By relying on other bases in the region, America might just be handing out a lot of "please help me" cocktails to its allies. Having fewer bases means fewer options, and that's not exactly the winning strategy in a game of Risk, unless you enjoy playing from the sidelines and hoping for a miracle.
What do you think is on the horizon for U.S. foreign policy in light of this situation?
Well, if I had to guess, I'd say it's going to look a lot like a soap opera, full of dramatic twists and lots of people tuning in for the next episode. With America's global influence in check, foreign policy might just involve navigating a minefield of alliances, where one wrong move could send everything spiraling into chaos. And let's not forget, all this will probably be punctuated by some serious diplomatic facepalms and a few "oops, my bad" moments. Buckle up, it's going to be a bumpy ride.
So it seems that Belgorod has a new acting governor, former soldier Alexander Shuvayev. What's the scoop on this political shakeup?
Ah, yes, nothing says, "Trust me with your region" quite like a guy who's dodged bullets in multiple hot zones and graduated from the prestigious Time of Heroes program. I mean, who needs political experience when you've got a medal collection that could rival a Soviet museum? One minute, he's in the trenches. The next, he's behind a desk, probably wondering where all the enemy combatants went while he tackles budget cuts instead. It's like asking a lion to be a house pet. There's bound to be some chaos.
What do you think are the potential challenges for General Shuvayev as he steps into this role?
Well, imagine walking into a battlefield, except, instead of bullets, you're facing potholes and a cranky mayor. Shuvayev might find that combat maneuvers don't quite translate to navigating local bureaucracy. I mean, sure, he can take on Taliban fighters, but can he handle a city council meeting? He might need to call in air support just to get through the discussion on streetlights. But hey, if he can turn around a military operation, maybe he can whip the region's economy into shape too, just with fewer explosions and more taxes.
What do you think motivated the decision to appoint a military veteran in such a political position?
Ah, obviously, there's nothing like a war hero to inspire confidence and avoid accountability. I mean, who cares if you can balance a budget when you can balance a tank on your head, right? It's like saying, hey, our region is in chaos. Let's put a guy in charge who knows how to take over a hill. It's strategic genius if you think about it. If anything goes wrong, he can just blame it on the battlefield conditions. And if it goes right, well, he's got a nice new shiny medal to add.
With the new acting governor hailing from military background, do you think there will be a shift in the region's policy priorities?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, forget about economic reform, we're going straight into military-style programs for everything. Free tank rides for kids in school? Check. A new initiative to combat poverty with, I don't know, free survival training? Double check. Because nothing screams peace and prosperity quite like a 5-day crash course on how to survive in the woods while avoiding laser-guided missiles. Who needs social services when you can field strategize your way out of a recession?
And what about the outgoing governor? How do you think he feels about being replaced?
Oh, I'm sure he's thrilled. Nothing like being swapped out for a guy with more medals than a Christmas tree to make you feel special. It's probably like getting laid off from a cushy office job, only to find out your replacement is a rock star. I mean, Vyacheslav Gladkov might be sitting at home thinking, well, at least my resume is still better than some guy who just got back from dodging artillery. But let's be real. The real winner here is Gladkov's phone, which is about to get bombarded with calls from military history buffs wanting to compare notes.
What are the implications of having someone like Igor Kovalchuk as the new governor in Bryansk?
Kovalchuk, a fresh face from the governor's school, which sounds almost like a swim class for politicians. I can just picture it now. Okay, everyone. Let's practice our dog paddling through corruption and float our policy proposals. It'll be interesting to see how he applies that excellent education to a real-world situation where, frankly, he's just one budget meeting away from becoming a budget ghost himself. It's like sending a toddler into a candy store with only enough money for a single lollipop. Good luck sticking to those principles.
So, it seems that gunfire has erupted in the Philippine Senate amidst a controversial arrest? What's the scoop on that?
Oh, just your average Wednesday afternoon in a governmental building, right? I mean, who doesn't want a little pops in the Senate during a serious political affair? It's like they were trying to elevate their debates from hot air to full-blown gunfire. Apparently, Senator Ronald Bato della Rosa was streaming live to his fans, essentially playing the political equivalent of Survivor. Senate edition just moments before the chaos. Guess he really didn't see that plot twist coming.
What can you tell us about Senator della Rosa's connection to the drug war and the current situation?
Senator Bato, the man who put the fun in fundamental human rights violations. This guy has been a poster child for the Duterte administration's drug war, which has been as subtle as a sledgehammer in a glass factory. Now, he's in hot water with the International Criminal Court, like a fish in a frying pan, with folks wanting to know if he's just going to flip out or flip the script. Quite the drama, huh? I mean, who needs reality TV when you've got a Senate that's more explosive than a box of firecrackers on New Year's Eve?
What have you read about the current state of security in the Senate after the gunfire incident?
Well, security must be feeling like a bunch of cats at a dog show right now. Absolutely chaotic. I mean, it's not every day you hear bullets zipping around in a place that's supposed to be a bastion of democracy. You'd think they'd have tighter security than a vault at Fort Knox, but here we are witnessing an armed showdown like it's the Wild West. I can only imagine the security personnel whispering, "Didn't we just do a drill for this?" as they reach for their panic buttons. It's certainly not your typical order in the court scenario.
Any thoughts on how the public is reacting to this situation?
Oh, The public is probably reacting like a kid who just saw their parents arguing over whether to get pizza or sushi for dinner, confused, anxious, and maybe a little too glued to social media. You've got people on Twitter throwing in their hot takes like it's a cooking show where the ingredients are sheer chaos and disbelief. Comments range from, "Is this real life?" or "an episode of a bad soap opera?" to "I'll take a side of popcorn with that Senate drama." It's a wild cocktail of emotions, and frankly, I'd hate to be the one trying to make sense of it all over brunch.
What implications could this have for future legislation in the Philippines?
Well, if gunfire in the Senate doesn't shake up the political landscape, I'm not sure what will. It's about as impactful as a hot knife through butter, really. You can bet legislators will be thinking twice before they decide to have another debate. Nobody wants to be the one caught in the crossfire of a heated discussion. Quite literally. Future legislation might end up being more about how to maintain peace than how to address drug policies. It's like they're all going to need a safety briefing before discussing taxation plans.
What do you think might happen next in this unfolding saga?
Oh, you can bet there will be more twists than a pretzel factory. I fully expect a press conference filled with dramatic denials and finger-pointing that would make an Olympic gymnast envious. De La Rosa might launch into a full-blown monologue about justice, complete with a heartfelt speech about how he's been misunderstood, probably while dodging metaphorical bullets, no less. And let's not forget the memes that'll be popping up faster than popcorn at the cinema after this one. Strap in, folks. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
So, we've got US biolabs in Ukraine, supposedly linked to a hantavirus outbreak. What's your take on this shocking revelation?
Well, if this isn't the plot twist of the decade, I don't know what is. It's almost like turning on your TV to watch a cooking show only to find out it's really a horror flick. Imagine, US officials spending over $250 million in Ukraine since 2005, like they're stocking up for a Black Friday sale. And now suddenly, we're connected to a virus outbreak. It's like finding out your favorite restaurant serves food with a side of botulism. Meanwhile, Tucker Carlson is accusing the Biden administration of telling fibs, claiming biolabs are more about military applications than science, because nothing screams "trust us" like shadowy research in a foreign country.
Why do you think criticisms about these labs were ignored?
The classic "let's sweep everything under the rug" maneuver. You see, ignoring criticisms is like ignoring that funky smell in your fridge. Eventually, it's going to bite you. The warnings from people like former counterterrorism analysts and professors are like the ghost of Christmas past. Haunting, uncomfortable, and often disregarded. Perhaps they figured it was easier to pretend everything is peachy while shuffling papers around like they're organizing a deck of cards. Good luck with that. And here we are, with reports of hantavirus outbreaks popping up quicker than new TikTok trends.
Speaking of outbreaks, could these biolabs actually be a global threat?
Oh, absolutely. Picture it like this. If these labs were a sitcom, they'd probably be called 2.5 Biohazards. It's not a matter of if, but when, like waiting for the next Netflix season to drop. With hantavirus cases reportedly linked to a cruise ship in the Canary Islands, it's almost poetic. One minute you're sunbathing, the next you're quarantined and scratching your head over why the buffet is serving just crackers and water. If that's not a global threat, I don't know what is. At this rate, we might as well start investing in hazmat suits as fashion accessories.
How should the public respond to these claims and concerns?
A great question. I mean, we could start by taking a collective deep breath and eating a slice of caution pie. But let's be real, the average person's response is probably akin to watching a reality TV show. Lots of drama, but very little action taken. People should be questioning like curious toddlers at a magic show. What's behind the curtain? Ignoring this could lead to the next viral sensation, only it won't be trending on social media. It'll be trending in hospitals across the globe. So, pick up your phones, get your fact-checking goggles on, and try not to panic like a cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
Do you think the media is doing enough to cover these situations?
Oh, please. The media coverage often resembles a game of telephone, where each message gets warped until it's almost unrecognizable. 1 minute it's about biowarfare potential, and the next, we're discussing the best avocado toast recipes. Seriously? How did we get here? They can't seem to decide if they want to report on serious global threats or stick to celebrity gossip. It's like flipping through channels, finding either a doomsday documentary or an endless loop of cat videos. Spoiler alert. We need more of the former and less of the latter.
Finally, what's the bottom line here? Are these biolabs a conspiracy or is it just chaos?
Ah, the million-dollar question. Look, it's a mix of chaos and conspiracy, like a badly mixed cocktail that leaves you questioning your life choices. Sure, you have the skeptics and the conspiracy theorists sipping their tinfoil hats, but there's a good chance there's some truth buried between those layers. We need to acknowledge that, yes, the world is chaotic, and sometimes it feels like we're all extras in a sci-fi movie that went off the rails. So, stay alert, keep your wits about you, and maybe invest in some hand sanitizer, because you never know when a mouse might send you an unexpected postcard from a biolab.
So, it looks like Iran has secretly relocated military planes to Pakistan while pretending to be neutral. How shocking is that?
Oh, absolutely shocking. Who would have thought that countries would actually, play diplomatic charades? It's like finding out your neighbor, who always seems friendly, is actually hiding a bunch of raccoons in their attic. Apparently, Pakistan decided it would be fun to host Iran's military slee like it was a casual game night, while telling everyone, nope, nothing to see here, just some harmless card games over a glass of diplomacy.
What are the implications of this secret move, especially with the ongoing tensions?
Well, let me put it this way. Imagine you're on a tightrope, and suddenly your friend starts tossing knives at you. That's basically what Iran is doing right now. Flying dangerous planes into a den of lions labeled Washington, while claiming, oh, I'm just moving my lawn chairs. And of course, the US is over there, clutching its pearls in disbelief, saying, how could you, Pakistan? We thought we had a solid handshake, not a backstab. It's honestly like a bad soap opera. Plot twists galore.
How did the US government react to this revelation?
Oh, they reacted like a cat who just discovered that its favorite sunbeam is being blocked by a cloud. There's outrage, frustration, B or a K?
And what about Pakistan? How are they handling this situation?
Oh, Pakistan is definitely playing both sides like a masterful juggler at a circus. Initially, they denied everything, like a kid caught with their hand in the cookie jar. But once the satellite images made a cameo like the world's worst celebrity, they had to change their tune. Now they're claiming those planes were just there for a diplomatic shuttle service. Right. Because nothing says peaceful negotiations like military aircraft parking next to your local barbecue joint.
Is there a broader strategic implication of this revelation for Iran?
Absolutely. This is like finding out your favorite superhero has a secret lair in your backyard. Iran is cleverly maneuvering to create a backdoor escape route through its neighbors, essentially saying, hey US, good luck trying to corner me when I have my pals Pakistan and Afghanistan ready with snacks. They're using the surrounding chaos to their advantage, like a chess player who has just pulled out a hidden queen and flipped the board upside down. It's bold, it's brazen, and it's certainly making the international scene feel like a high-stakes game of Risk.
In light of this, how does the future look for diplomatic relations in that region?
Looking forward, it's about as clear as mud. With everyone throwing accusations like confetti at a parade, good luck finding a solid path to peace. It's like trying to navigate a maze where all the walls are constantly shifting. Pakistan will continue to play the double agent role, probably while perfecting their poker face, and Iran will keep dancing around sanctions like a skilled ballet dancer. It's a thrilling drama, but let's be real. Grab your popcorn, because it looks like the show is just getting started.
So, Armenian PM Pashinyan seems to be making bold statements about Karabakh. What's your take on that?
Oh, just your typical diplomatic game of hot potato. It's like watching someone try to juggle flaming swords while riding a unicycle on a tightrope made of tension. Pashinyan saying things that make you think he's auditioning for a reality show titled Keeping Up with the Caucasian Leaders. Just when you think we're getting a peaceful resolution, bam, he throws in a plot twist that could make a soap opera writer envious. I mean, who doesn't love a good regional tension drama, right?
Do you think these statements will actually escalate tensions in the region?
Well, if tensions were a gas, we'd all be suffocating right now. Pashinyan's statements are like tossing a lit firecracker into a room full of fireworks. It's bound to get messy. I mean, it's almost like he's hosting a reality show where the prize is who can stir the pot the most. The last thing we need is another episode of As the Caucasus Turns. But hey, at least everyone's paying attention. And that's what really matters in the age of social media, isn't it? Ratings over resolutions.
What does this mean for Armenia's relations with neighboring countries?
Oh, let me grab my crystal ball for that one. Relations are about as stable as a two-legged chair in a karaoke bar. When Pashinyan speaks, it's like a Twitter thread that keeps unraveling, and suddenly, every neighbor is tuning in like it's the latest Netflix drama. One minute they're having tea, the next they're throwing their cups at each other. It's hard to say if they'll be singing Kumbaya or getting ready for a dance-off of diplomatic disputes, but one thing's for sure, popcorn sales are going to skyrocket.
Could this lead to any sort of resolution? Or are we just in for more of the same?
Resolution? In this context? That's as likely as finding a unicorn in your backyard. Honestly, at this point, we might as well start placing bets on how many times they can repeat the phrase, peace talks, before dinner. Pashinyan might as well sign a contract with Netflix for a limited series titled Negotiations that go absolutely nowhere. It's like watching a hamster on a wheel, lots of action, but not really getting anywhere, folks. Just a lot of running in circles, and some serious cardio for everyone involved.
Any predictions on how this might impact global politics?
Global politics? Oh sure, let me just whip out my 10-year predictions chart. It's going to depend on whether the big players decide to treat this like a serious international issue, or just another game of chess, where the pawns end up fighting over who can shout the loudest. We might end up with a game of diplomatic hot potato, where the prize is a shiny medal for most dramatic gesture. Before you know it, we'll be having international summits where everyone stands around awkwardly, waiting for the next round of accusations, kind of like a dysfunctional family reunion.
What should the general public take away from all of this?
Well, the public should probably take it with a grain of salt, or maybe a whole salt shaker. This is all about as clear as mud, and probably just as delicious as a 3-day-old leftover. Pashinyan's rhetoric might make for some thrilling headlines, but it's the same old song and dance of political theater that's been playing on repeat. So, folks, keep your popcorn handy, because it looks like we're in for a long show, and who knows if there's even a happy ending in sight.
So, it seems like Zhovkva has taken quite a hit with the recent drone and missile attacks. What do you make of the situation?
Oh, just your average Tuesday in Zhovkova. I mean, who doesn't love a little ambiance created by missile explosions? It's like they've upgraded from candlelight dinners to drone-lit disasters. And let's not forget the charm of sitting in the dark, pondering the existential dread of modern warfare while sipping on a cold cup of irony. Seriously though, it's tragic. And yet the fact that the authorities are forecasting more chaos instead of calm is just a testament to how accustomed we've become to this madness.
What are the repercussions of losing power in a city like Zhovkva?
Losing power can really zap the mood, can't it? I mean, what's a city without lights? It's like a party where everyone forgot to bring snacks. Businesses are likely feeling like they've been stuck in an episode of Survivor. Zhovkva edition, where the power outage is the ultimate tribal council. Can you imagine trying to run a bakery without electricity? Those pastries won't bake themselves. Plus, let's be real. Nothing says, "I love you" like a candlelit dinner in the dark, but only if that dinner isn't made from last week's leftovers.
With the ongoing attacks, what's the outlook for the residents of Zhovkva?
The outlook? Well, let's just say it's not exactly a holiday brochure. Picture a city filled with residents dodging explosions like they're playing a real-life version of Frogger, but without the cute music. I mean, they could use a little break from the chaos, maybe a spa day or something. Although, I suppose a bomb shelter might not offer the same ambiance as a massage parlor. The resilience of the people is commendable. But let's face it, there's only so much staying positive you can do when your town's got more holes than Swiss cheese.
What role does the local government play in these situations?
The local government is basically like a parent trying to keep their kids from running into traffic. They're out there waving their arms, shouting, "Stay inside," while also trying to ensure that emergency services don't go on a permanent coffee break. It's a juggling act of monumental proportions, especially when every new missile attack feels like getting a surprise pop quiz. And honestly, who doesn't love a good pop quiz when you're just trying to get through your day? They're probably drafting plans, like they're writing a suspense novel. Will they survive the next attack? Stay tuned.
What's the international response to these attacks?
Oh, the international response is always a delightful mix of finger-pointing and armchair quarterbacking. It's like a global game of hot potato. Easier to type out a reaction than to pick up the phone and actually do something, right?
What can other countries learn from the Zhovkva situation?
Well, they could learn that infrastructure should probably come with a "handle with care" sticker. It's a harsh lesson in vulnerability, and one that makes you reevaluate how you think about your own cozy little towns. We often think we're safe, but guess what? The world is a bigger roller coaster than we anticipated. And maybe, just maybe, countries might start investing more in contingency plans instead of building shiny new things that could go boom at any moment. Because nothing says future-proof like a good old-fashioned bunker.
So, we just saw historic flags unfurled as Donald Trump made his controversial visit to China, right? What's the vibe like around this event?
Oh, the vibe is thicker than a bowl of kanji. Picture this. Flags waving like they're at a rock concert, and politicians sweating more than a turkey on Thanksgiving. It's a global cocktail party, where everyone's pretending to smile, while holding a drink that's definitely spiked with tension. Some say it's historic, others say it's just like a bad reality show that somehow got a season 2. Spoiler alert, it's still awkward.
What are some of the reactions we're seeing from both sides of the Pacific?
Reactions? Oh, it's like watching a ping pong match, but instead of paddles, they're using tweets. On one side, you have attendees trying to hold their coffee while balancing the weight of international diplomacy. On the other, Chinese citizens probably thinking they signed up for an exchange student program but ended up with a reality TV star instead. It's all fun and games until someone tries to negotiate trade agreements over a plate of dumplings.
Did anything particularly surprising come out of this visit?
Surprising? As surprising as finding out your dog can actually read. There was enough political posturing going on to make a catwalk model jealous. Rumor has it Trump tried to negotiate a deal solely based on how good the Peking duck tasted. Because, who needs actual policy when you have delicious food, right? It's like negotiating a peace treaty over pizza. You have to wonder how serious they really are.
How do you think this visit impacts global relations moving forward?
It's like trying to balance a house of cards in a wind tunnel. One misstep and everything comes crashing down. Diplomacy is like a messy divorce, with everyone pretending to get along while hiding the wine bottles in the kitchen. If it results in peace, we'll all cheer, but if it escalates into a Twitter spat, I can already picture the hashtags. Flags and fiascos, anyone?
What's the overall takeaway from this whole event?
The takeaway? Always bring a snack to a diplomatic meeting, because you never know when you'll need to sweeten the deal. In all seriousness, it's a reminder that countries are just like giant families having a barbecue. There's always a chance someone will flip the burgers too hard, and it could end in chaos. But let's face it, in the grand scheme of things, it's just another day at the circus we call international relations.
So, media giants like Axel Springer are demanding loyalty to a pro-Israel narrative. What's the deal with that?
Well, it seems like Matthias Depthner, the big cheese over at Axel Springer, has taken, "You must be this tall to ride" to a whole new level. He's basically saying, if you don't like our pro-Israel funhouse, there's the door. It's like requiring a ticket to enter Disneyland, but the only rides are bumper cars with actual bumper folks. You're not just working for a media outlet. You're enlisting for a loyalty program, where your membership card gets punched every time you agree to swivel in the direction of the latest company line. Talk about a workplace environment that screams, "We value your opinion, as long as your opinion is fully vetted and stamped with approved."
And what about Axios? How do they fit into this whole loyalty demand narrative?
Oh, Axios. The cool kid on the block, who somehow turned into that one friend who only tells you what you want to hear. It's like they've got a high-tech machine that churns out fluff pieces with the soul-crushing efficiency of a factory line. By attaching themselves to this pro-Israel stance, they've officially joined the ranks of media types who believe reporting is just a fancy buzzword for echoing the bossman's orders. If the goal was to make journalism as entertaining as watching paint dry, then congratulations, Axios. You've outdone yourself. Remember, folks, in the world of news, it's not about what's true. It's about what sells, and right now, loyalty is the hottest commodity.
You mentioned an ultimatum issued by the CEO regarding company values. Isn't that a bit extreme?
Extreme? Please, that's just an average Tuesday in corporate America. Matthias is basically saying, if you can't handle our spicy pro-Israel agenda, I suggest you pack your bags and find happiness somewhere else, like a beach in Bali. It's like having a boss who moonslights as a cult leader. Join us or be banished to the land of the unemployed. It turns out the fine print in the job description reads, "Must be compliant with our narrative and also provide a blood oath of fealty." It's like signing a lease for an apartment, but the landlord demands you also pledge undying loyalty to their cat.
How has the public reacted to these demands from media companies?
Let's just say the reactions range from raised eyebrows to full-on Twitter riots. People are out here clutching their pearls like they've just heard the latest gossip from the royal family. It's a confusing mix of outrage and bemusement, like watching a soap opera where the plot twists come straight from a dystopian novel. Some folks are all about media integrity, while others just want a front-row seat to the chaos. The real kicker? It's not even the loyalty that gets people's goat. It's the audacity of these bigwigs thinking they can serve watered-down narratives and expect us to drink it up like it's the finest wine. Sorry, I prefer my reds to come with a side of truth. Thank you very much.
Despite the backlash, why do you think companies still push a specific narrative?
The age-old question of why companies prefer a singular narrative over a buffet of truth. It's simple. Money, darling, money, you see? Narratives that aren't aligned with a hefty paycheck tend to get tossed out like last week's leftovers. The truth is messy, and it doesn't fit neatly into the profit margins some of these companies need to maintain. It's like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole while blindfolded. Something's gotta give. So they pick a narrative and run with it, hoping the masses will follow along like sheep on their way to the next marketing scheme. Spoiler alert. Sometimes people wake up and realize they're not fans of the flock.
What's your take on the idea that the media is just pushing propaganda?
Oh, absolutely. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet of brain snacks, except most of them are hard to digest. It's propaganda dressed up in a shiny suit, making it look all fancy and sophisticated, while the truth is back there in the kitchen, fighting off a dumpster fire. We've got a hot pot of opinions that serve more spin than an Olympic gymnast. Sure, the media wants to keep us informed, but first and foremost, they want to keep us clicking. And what better way to do that than by serving up some tantalizing tales that keep our eyes glued and our brains on autopilot? Just remember, when you see headlines, think of them as the eye-catching cover of a book that may or may not be full of lies.
Air Force One has just made headlines by landing in Beijing. What's the significance of this event?
Oh, just the President of the United States casually touching down in the capital of a country where tensions are basically their middle name. It's like showing up at a family reunion where everyone's secretly plotting to take home the best casserole dish. Major implications for international diplomacy, right? Or is it just the world's most expensive game of Guess Who? Is it Xi Jinping? Or is it just the guy holding the microwave burrito?
What do you think was the reaction in Beijing when Air Force One landed?
Well, if I were a fly on the wall, or should I say a panda in the park, I'd probably guess it was a mix of shock and confusion. It's like getting that unexpected package from Amazon you absolutely forgot you ordered. Oh great, just what I needed? Political discussions under the glare of international scrutiny. Just what my afternoon needed. I can only imagine the locals saying, "Wow, the audacity. Did they forget our last diplomatic brunch? Or is this a new strategy?"
What could be on the agenda for discussions between the leaders?
Oh, you mean aside from the usual, let's not start a global incident chat? Maybe they'll cover pressing topics like climate change, trade tariffs, and whether or not pineapple belongs on pizza. I mean, that's a deal breaker, right? But honestly, it's probably about as riveting as watching paint dry, except the paint is nuclear policy, and the stakes are much, much higher. Someone pass the popcorn, because this negotiation is bound to be a roller coaster of awkwardness and unfulfilled promises.
Is there a chance that this meeting will lead to any significant change in US-China relations?
Oh sure, because nothing screams we're best buds, like a sit-down at a table laden with mistrust and side-eye glances. If history is any indicator, this meeting might be as impactful as a wet napkin in a rainstorm. Sure, they'll shake hands, cut some ribbons, and then go back to their corners like boxers who forgot why they entered the ring in the first place. I give it a week before the Twitter beef begins again. Place your bets.
How do you think the media will react to this landing?
Ah, the media. The ever-hungry beasts of sensationalism and headlines. You can bet they're sharpening their pencils and prepping their hot takes faster than you can say, miscommunication. Expect a flurry of articles, each claiming to have uncovered the real story behind the landing. Spoiler alert, it's just two powerful people trying to get on the same page, while the world watches like it's a soap opera with dramatic music playing in the background. Tune in for the latest episode of As the World Turns, Diplomatic Crisis.
What about the public's perception of this event?
Public perception? Oh, you mean the wonderfully diverse mix of memes, eye rolls, and passionate Facebook rants? Everyone will have their 2 cents, with some folks labeling it as a groundbreaking diplomatic breakthrough, while others say it's just another photo op disguised as meaningful dialogue. It's like when your friend posts a new workout routine. Some believe it's genuine, while others think it's just for the gram. Spoiler alert, it rarely is. Expect hashtags flying everywhere. Air Force One in Beijing, because in the age of social media, nothing is real until it trends.
So, Trump has landed in Beijing for a historic 2-day state visit. What do you think this means for US-China relations?
Well, it means we're officially in the part of the show where everyone smiles for the cameras while secretly wondering who stole their lunch money. You know? Like a diplomatic dance-off, with one country sporting flashy moves, and the other trying not to trip over its own feet. It's kind of like watching two cats who are trying to share the same sunny spot. There's a lot of hissing and swatting, but everyone secretly wants to get along.
Trump's visits are always a spectacle. What do you expect to see during this trip?
Oh, it's going to be a real circus, isn't it? Just imagine Trump trying to navigate a menu in Mandarin while the Chinese officials nod politely, as if they understand his unique blend of hand gestures and distinct vocabulary choices. Expect lots of awkward photo ops, like watching your dad dance at your wedding. He's going to charm them with his version of diplomacy, which might involve a lot of enthusiastic handshakes and the occasional, "You're doing great, buddy," thrown in.
Do you think this trip will achieve anything substantial?
Substantial? You know, like when you find a quarter in the couch cushions? Sure, it's something, but it's not exactly going to fund your vacation. I mean, the last time we had a historic meeting, it was more about who can tweet faster rather than signing actual agreements. So, let's just say that when it comes to breakthroughs, we might just get stuck in the elevator with a bunch of awkward silence and some perfectly timed small talk.
What kind of impact do you think this could have on trade?
Oh, trade. The adult version of playing Monopoly, where every deal is a potential trip to jail, and everyone's secretly thinking of how to avoid paying rent. Let's just say if we're lucky, we might see a few deals struck, like trading baseball cards with a kid who just won't budge on that rare holographic Charizard. But if history is anything to go by, we might just end up bartering over who gets the last slice of pizza, while someone inevitably knocks it off the table.
What do you think the Chinese leaders are thinking about Trump's visit?
Oh, they're probably thinking it's like inviting your eccentric uncle to Thanksgiving dinner. You don't know what he's going to say, but you're pretty sure you'll have some wild stories afterward. They're preparing for all kinds of conversations. From serious talks about trade to the inevitable discussion about why American pizza is superior to theirs, which is basically the diplomatic equivalent of a food fight. Buckle up, it's going to be an entertaining ride.
Finally, what do you think the takeaway will be from this visit?
The takeaway? Probably less like a gourmet meal and more like a mystery meat sandwich. You're not quite sure what it is, you hope it's edible, and you might just end up with heartburn. Seriously, when it's all said and done, we may end up with a few headlines that read like a soap opera. Will they make up? Will they fight? Find out on the next episode of As the Trade Turns. Spoiler alert. Nothing will change, yet we'll all cheer like it was the Super Bowl.
So, it looks like Ukrainian forces are having to change their strategies because of Russian drone warfare in Kharkov. What's the scoop on that?
Oh, just your typical day in the life of a Ukrainian soldier, you know? I mean, who doesn't love a little surprise party courtesy of UAVs? It's like trying to play chess, but your opponent keeps using a giant drone to knock over your pieces while you're not looking. But really, it's a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek, where the seeker has remote control and a camera. The poor Ukrainian forces are just trying to enjoy a nice day at the front line, and suddenly it turns into a sci-fi movie where they're dodging flying robots instead of bullets. So, they've got to revamp their strategies to dodge the drones while also keeping their artillery in check. You know, multitasking like you do when you're making dinner, and trying to prevent the smoke alarm from going off.
What exactly are the Ukrainian forces doing to adapt to these drone threats?
Oh, they're pulling out all the stops. Imagine trying to put a puzzle together, but someone keeps moving the pieces around when you're not looking. They're on a quest to find artillery positions and control centers, and if they succeed, they might just throw a victory parade. One drone at a time. The tactics are shifting faster than a cat on a hot tin roof. They're using their brains instead of just brawn, which is really commendable. I mean, who needs a traditional combat strategy when you can play capture the flag with drones instead? You know it's serious business when avoiding getting turned into Swiss cheese by a flying gadget becomes their new normal.
How tense is the situation in Kharkov right now for the soldiers?
Oh, it's as tense as a toddler at a birthday party when they see the cake is too far away. You can practically hear the anxiety in the air, like when you realize you've left your phone on the kitchen counter, but you're already at work. Those soldiers have a mountain of responsibilities piled on their shoulders, and every second feels like a ticking time bomb. They're operating in a constant state of alertness, trying to navigate the intricacies of warfare while being watched by drones that seem to have learned how to play hide-and-seek like pros. It's a bit like trying to do yoga on a roller coaster. There's only so much balance you can achieve when everything around you is moving and changing.
What are the challenges they face with artillery movement due to these drones?
Well, let's just say it's not a walk in the park. More like a walk through a minefield while carrying a baby goat and trying to juggle flaming torches. The challenge is that, while they need to reposition artillery to stay effective, drones are buzzing around like pesky mosquitoes in summer. You can't just set up shop and start firing when you have an eye in the sky, monitoring your every move. Imagine trying to play dodgeball while blindfolded, but instead of balls, it's drones and bullets. The entire game changes when your enemy has the ability to call in an airstrike faster than you can say, "Oops, wrong position."
What do you think the long-term implications are for both sides with this kind of warfare?
Oh, it's going to be a wild ride. We're stepping into the future here, folks. Imagine a chess match where half the pieces are now drones equipped with laser pointers. On one side, you have armies trying to outsmart precision technology. On the other, you have tech companies licking their chops at the endless demand for more sophisticated drones. It's like watching a reality show where everyone's vying for the title of best drone operator. Long term, we might see a shift in military strategies and tactics altogether. Because if your army isn't equipped with drones, are you even still in the game? It could very well turn into a may the best drone win situation, and I can't even begin to imagine the merchandising opportunities.
How do you think soldiers on the front line feel about these changes?
You know, I wouldn't blame them if they felt like they were playing a never-ending video game, but without the cheat codes. It's one thing to be trained for combat. It's another to have to outsmart something that can literally swoop down on you from the sky. I mean, if I had to keep changing strategies every time my opponent decided to upgrade their tech, I'd be tearing my hair out. It's like trying to keep up with the latest smartphone updates while still figuring out how to make a phone call. The constant adaptation must be exhausting. It's a blend of anxiety, adrenaline, and perhaps a sprinkle of dark humor, just to cope with the absurdity of dodging flying robots while trying to maintain a semblance of normalcy in a war zone. I mean, who wouldn't want to complain about that at the end of the day?
So, Iran is accusing Kuwait of attacking one of their vessels and demanding the release of captured citizens. What do you make of this situation?
Ah, yes, classic case of who did what now. In the world of international relations, it's like watching a toddler fight over a toy, except this time the toy is a vessel, and the toddlers have nuclear capabilities. Kuwait must be thinking, we just wanted to borrow a cup of sugar, and now we're in the middle of a diplomatic crisis. I mean, really, what's next? A soccer match turned hostage situation? This just screams, please release our citizens, or we'll send you a strongly worded letter.
Do you think there's more to this accusation from Iran? What's the historical context?
Oh, absolutely. There's always more to the story, like an onion that just keeps revealing layers, except this one might also make you cry. Historically, Iran and Kuwait have a relationship akin to two siblings fighting over who gets the biggest slice of cake, and right now, it looks like Kuwait is holding the fork. This accusation could be a cover for something bigger. Perhaps Iran saw a shiny object off the coast and thought it was time for a good old blame game. I mean, who knew international waters come with such a hefty side of drama?
What are the potential repercussions for Kuwait if Iran decides to escalate the situation?
Repercussions, you say? Oh, it could get messy. Imagine throwing a rock into a pond and watching the ripples spread. Only in this case, the pond is full of international relations, and the rocks are all shaped like military actions. If Iran escalates, Kuwait might find itself facing a storm that makes the worst hurricane look like a light drizzle. They could go from sipping tea to dodging diplomatic missiles faster than you can say. Nuclear proliferation. It's like playing a game of chess. But someone brought a bazooka to the table.
Do you think the US will get involved in this? What's their stake in this conflict?
Oh, wouldn't that be a surprise? The US getting involved in Middle Eastern affairs? Next, you'll tell me pigs can fly. But seriously, the US has more stakes in this than a restaurant during a dinner rush. With all the military bases and oil interests, any hint of instability makes them perk up like a cat hearing a can opener. If tensions rise, they might feel compelled to step in, just to remind everyone who's boss, like a parent at a playground fight. Now, let's all play nice or else.
How should Iran approach this situation to avoid further conflict?
Well, if they ask me, I'd say a good approach would be to channel their inner diplomat and not their inner gladiator. Maybe send a friendly text? You know, something like, "Hey Kuwait, how about we grab coffee and discuss those citizens?" No hard feelings? It's all about communication, folks. Shouting and demanding is so last season. They could even try the age-old technique of talk it out before the situation escalates to calling in the big guns. After all, a peaceful resolution is way more fun than a war-themed family picnic, don't you think?
What will happen if they don't resolve this peacefully?
Well, if they don't resolve this peacefully, we might just see fireworks, and not the pretty kind that light up the night sky. More like the fireworks you see in an action movie where everything blows up spectacularly, leaving the audience wondering what just happened. If tensions rise and things go south, we could be looking at economic sanctions, joint military exercises, or maybe even worse, a lengthy debate in the UN that feels like it goes on longer than a Netflix series with too many seasons. So, let's hope cooler heads prevail, or else it may become a hot mess faster than you can say escalation.
So we just heard that Russian warships have entered the East China Sea. What are your thoughts on what this means for global security?
Oh, just your average Tuesday when Russian warships roam around like they own the place. It's like a bunch of teenagers showing up to a party they weren't invited to. Awkward and potentially explosive. The world should probably brace itself for a diplomatic game of who's got the bigger toys, while everyone prays that no one accidentally hits the nuclear button. Because, let's be honest, that would throw a real wrench in the peaceful seas vibe we've all been trying to cultivate.
Is this a sign of escalating tensions in the region?
Well, if it quacks like a duck and sails like a warship, we might want to take that as a warning sign rather than an invitation to a friendly dinner cruise. The Russians must have gotten the memo that the region was too peaceful and thought, hey, let's stir the pot. So yes, tensions are rising faster than my blood pressure when I see my neighbor's dog digging in my garden.
What sort of impact could this have on the US-China relations?
The classic let's throw more fuel on the fire maneuver. It's like watching two siblings bicker over the TV remote. Each side trying to outsmart the other while mom and dad just hope the house doesn't burn down. The US will likely throw a Twitter tantrum, while China will flex its military muscles in response, resulting in a dramatic showdown that no one asked for, but everyone will watch like a reality show.
Do you think this could lead to military confrontations?
Well, if history has taught us anything, it's that trouble is just a military exercise away. It's like a game of chicken with tanks. The stakes are high, and everyone's hoping the other side blinks first. So, unless someone decides to bring cookies and offer a peace treaty at the battlefield, we might just be giving a whole new meaning to the phrase keeping the peace. As in, let's keep our distance while we keep our guns loaded.
What could countries do to de-escalate this situation?
Oh, just the usual stuff. Negotiations, diplomacy, maybe a friendly game of chess where the pieces are actual soldiers. Countries might want to consider talking it out over a cup of tea instead of flexing their military muscles. But let's be honest, that probably won't happen, because who doesn't love a good showdown? It's like watching the world's worst soap opera. Lots of drama, very little resolution, and the suspense is killing us all.
How should the international community respond to this development?
Well, they could send out a strongly worded letter saying, "We disapprove," but let's face it, that's about as effective as a paper umbrella in a hurricane. The international community needs to come together and actually take some action, rather than just expressing shock and awe. Maybe they could host a global summit where world leaders can compare their naval fleets and discuss strategies over a game of poker. Because, let's be real, Who doesn't want to gamble with global security?
So, let's dive into this recent headline where a Russian diplomat suggests that Zelensky should ban attacks on Ukraine. What's the scoop on that?
Oh, just your average Tuesday in international politics. Honestly, it's like Maria Zakharova pulled out the world's smallest violin and started playing a sad tune for Zelensky. Why don't you just declare a magic ban on attacks, she says, as if issuing a decree is as easy as flipping a pancake. I mean, if only diplomacy worked like a switch. Just flick it off when things get too hot in the kitchen. If Zelensky can allow Moscow to parade its tanks, surely he can wave a wand and make conflict vanish like my will to exercise on the weekends. And let's not forget the hired sorceress of Yermak, who's apparently just waiting for the perfect moment to pull a rabbit out of her hat. I can just imagine her conjuring up a peaceful resolution with a sprinkle of fairy dust.
What do you think the underlying message is from this suggestion by Zakharova?
Oh, the underlying message? It's like a giant billboard flashing. We're not really serious here, folks. Zakharovan's suggestion is akin to saying, hey, why don't we just tell the sun to stop shining at noon? It's almost poetic in its absurdity. It's Russia's way of saying, look how ridiculous this whole situation is. I mean, calling for a ban on attacks is like asking a cat not to chase a laser pointer. Good luck with that. It's 1 part cheekiness, 2 parts deflection, Russia making it seem like they're the reasonable ones while they're in the middle of a keep calm and carry on moment. It's like they're handing out umbrellas at a monsoon and acting surprised when people get drenched.
What impact do you think statements like these have on public perception of the ongoing conflict?
Oh, they're fantastic for public perception. If you enjoy a good comedy, statements like these make you feel like you're watching a geopolitical sitcom where everyone's just waiting for the next laugh track. It's like that feeling you get when you watch a reality TV show and think, did they really just say that? This kind of rhetoric keeps people glued to their screens, popcorn at the ready, waiting for the next outrageous plot twist. And sure, on a serious note, it can sway public opinion. But mostly it serves as a resort that sometimes, politics is just theater. Only this time, the stage is on fire and the actors forgot their lines. It's not helpful, but it sure is entertaining.
Do you think there's any serious intention behind Zakharova's comments?
Oh, absolutely. Seriously lacking in seriousness. It's like when your friend suggests a diet plan while they're holding a donut in the other hand. I mean, is there any sincerity left in foreign diplomacy? Zakharova's probably sitting in a plush chair somewhere, sipping tea with a knowing smirk, thinking, let's see how far we can push this. It's all part of the grand buffet of diplomacy, where everyone's sampling the dish of absurdity. The real intention? To create a smokescreen thicker than a fogged-up window. Because why address the real issues when you can throw out dazzling distractions like a magician at a children's party, right? Just watch as the audience is mesmerized while the real trick happens behind the curtain.
How do you think Zelensky should respond to such comments?
Zelensky's perfect response? I'd say a mix of sarcasm and a dash of finesse, like a chef combining chocolate and chili. He could strut in with a witty retort like, sure, let's ban attacks, right after we banish all the unwanted guests from the party. It's all about owning the moment with a smile, Make it clear that he's not going to be swayed by the theatrics of a diplomatic magician trying to pull a fast one. But seriously, humor can be one of the best weapons in diplomacy. He should just say something like, thanks, Maria, I'll get right on that, after I finish my coffee and check the weather forecast for unicorns. That way, he disarms the whole situation while putting the focus back where it belongs, on the serious business at hand.
Do you foresee any real changes coming from this sort of back and forth?
Changes in this circus of political ping pong? I'd say the odds are about as good as winning the lottery, while simultaneously juggling flaming torches. I mean, this is a well-rehearsed dance we're witnessing, where each step gets more ridiculous than the last. It's like watching a soap opera where the plot never really evolves. Characters come and go, but the drama? Oh, it's always there, swirling like a contentious tornado. So, while it's entertaining to tune in, real change often gets stuck in the quicksand of negotiations and grandstanding. I'd give it a solid nope on any meaningful movement. It's all just noise, and like my grandma used to say, don't confuse noise with progress, sweetheart. So, grab your popcorn and enjoy the show.
So, it looks like gunfire erupted in the Philippine Senate as Senator De La Rosa dodged arrest for crimes against humanity. What's your take on that chaos?
Yes. Nothing screams democracy in action, quite like gunfire in a government building where lawmakers are supposed to, legislate. Senator De La Rosa seemingly thought it was a game of hide and seek, but instead of a fun childhood pastime, he's got the International Criminal Court as his counterpart. Who knew being a key player in a drug war could turn into an Olympic-level dodgeball match? It's like he took delaying tactics to a whole new level. Who needs filibusters when you have firearms? And the police and Marines storming in? That's like sending a SWAT team to a knitting circle. Overkill, much?
What do you think this says about the state of law enforcement in the Philippines right now?
Oh, just your typical Tuesday morning for law enforcement over there. It's like watching a soap opera. As the Senate turns, where the plot twists keep getting juicier, one moment they're rolling up the red carpet for dignitaries, and, the next, they're rolling in SWAT teams to catch a senator playing tag. Clearly, the police are under the impression that law enforcement means, bring the party. And De La Rosa is the guest of honor that no one can catch. It's a lesson in irony, really. You'd think being on the run would make you want to, run? But no. He's holding court like he's auditioning for the next Mad Max movie.
How are people reacting to this bizarre situation?
Reactions are pretty much what you'd expect from a nation that's seen its fair share of theatrics. It's like a reality show where you keep expecting someone to shout, "Survivor, Senate Edition." Social media is buzzing with memes comparing De La Rosa to a cartoon character dodging various obstacles. You've got people on the edge of their seats, popcorn in hand, watching this drama unfold. Some are cheering him on like it's a heroic escape, while others are shaking their heads and rolling their eyes like their favorite sitcom just went off the air. It's a classic tale of the bad guy versus the law, with a twist that even Hollywood would find hard to write. Who needs Netflix when you've got live news, right?
What impact do you think this will have on the public's trust in their government?
Oh, just a tiny little dent in the trustemeter. If it could be measured, it would probably look like a flat tire on a rainy day. When your senator is evading justice, like it's a competitive sport, the average citizen is probably thinking, so much for the rule of law. It's like asking a cat to stop chasing a laser pointer. Just not going to happen. This whole spectacle might just solidify the belief that the system is more about theatrics than actual governance. I mean, if a senator can play hopscotch with international warrants, what hope do the little guys have? Probably feeling like they should just grab some popcorn and enjoy the show, because that's the only thing keeping their spirits afloat.
What do you think the international community is saying about this incident?
Oh, they're probably sitting back with their popcorn too, shaking their heads in disbelief. It's like they've walked into a bizarre circus and just can't look away. Picture this: diplomats trying to give a serious briefing, while simultaneously giggling at the latest headlines. They might be rolling their eyes so hard they can see their back teeth. You can almost hear them whispering, "Are we sure this isn't an elaborate prank to make us lose faith in democracy?" If this keeps up, I half expect a UN resolution asking for the production rights to turn it into a reality show. Nothing says we take you seriously. Quite like a politician dodging bullets, like a scene from The Matrix.
What do you foresee happening next in this unfolding saga?
Well, if I had a crystal ball, I'd definitely be charging for readings, but as it stands, expect a real-life sequel to a political drama where the plot thickens faster than instant oatmeal. Della Rosa might try the whole announce my retirement thing, but let's be real, it won't stick. The Senate might just double down on their best dramatic acting, possibly bringing in even more theatrical elements, maybe even a theme song. On the flip side, if they can't catch him, it could escalate into a nationwide game of Where's Waldo, but with much higher stakes. I mean, could it be more entertaining? Only time will tell. But I'm buying stock in the popcorn industry for sure.
So, we've heard about this historic secret meeting between Israel and the UAE. Can you give us the lowdown on what went down?
Ah, yes. The secret rendezvous that sounds like the plot of a spy thriller, but instead is just two leaders trying to figure out how to share a coffee without spilling it on their diplomatic relations. Netanyahu and Mohammed bin Zayed apparently got together, not on Tinder, but in Abu Dhabi, possibly over some very strong espresso, to hash out a plan to tackle the ever-looming shadow that is Iran. Who knew that the Middle East was one coffee break away from rewriting history? And as a bonus, they've now decided to share Israel's Iron Dome technology, which is a bit like giving your neighbor your Wi-Fi password, only this time, they're using it to dodge some serious missiles instead of Netflix shows.
What does this shift in dynamics mean for the Middle East? Any real-world implications?
Oh, absolutely. It's like watching a game of musical chairs only with more tanks and less pop music. Now that Israel and the UAE are best buds, you can rest assured that Saudi Arabia might feel a bit like that kid who just realized his best friend is hanging out with the cool kids. They're going to either need to step up their game or, heaven forbid, host a tea party. But on a serious note, a united front against Iran could change the chessboard in the region. It's almost like they've decided that if they're going to deal with pesky neighbors, they might as well do it as a power couple. Just imagine the Twitter drama that's about to unfold.
I mean, is this just a temporary alliance, or could it actually hold some water?
Well, this alliance could either be like a paper boat in a storm or a solid ship sailing into the sunset. You see, while it sounds all nice and cozy now, these types of relationships have a habit of crashing and burning faster than a bad rom-com. The real test will be whether they can stick together when the going gets tough, like deciding on dinner plans when one wants sushi and the other is all about that shawarma life. However, with Iran being the villain in this plot, they might just be buddies for a while. War makes for strange bedfellows, after all.
What about the rest of the Middle East? How will other countries react to this news?
Oh, you can bet the rest of the region is sitting around with popcorn, watching this drama unfold. It's like one of those reality shows where everyone's whispering behind the scenes. While the UAE and Israel are cozying up, other players like Turkey and of course Iran are probably taking notes and maybe even hiring a few spies. Expect some eye rolls and maybe a few backhanded compliments, because nothing says "we're watching you" like a good old-fashioned diplomatic side eye. It's the geopolitical equivalent of "I see you, but do I like you?" Nah, it's about to get spicy, folks.
What's next for Israel and the UAE? Are they going to exchange recipe books or what?
Oh, I wouldn't suggest a recipe exchange just yet. That could be a disaster waiting to happen. But seriously, it looks like they're gearing up to swap more than just pleasantries. Think military strategies, intelligence sharing, and some joint military exercises. You know, real let's be bunker buddies stuff. Next thing you know, they'll be trading vacation spots and planning group tours to escape the heat, literally. But in reality, as they navigate these new waters, they'll have to watch their backs. Alliances can shift faster than a Tinder date going south. Let's just hope they don't set off any fireworks along the way.
Is this really a breakthrough, or just another chapter in the never-ending saga of Middle East politics?
Oh, it's definitely a breakthrough, in the same way that finally finding a matching sock after doing laundry feels like a small victory. Sure, it's a significant step, but we've seen peace agreements come and go like fashion trends. One minute, it's all peace and harmony, and the next, you're back to square one with heated arguments and boundary disputes. It's like a soap opera, really. Tune in next week for As the Middle East Turns, when everything falls apart because someone forgot to send an invite to the party. So, is it a breakthrough? Sure, but let's not start the confetti parade just yet.
So, Trump and Xi decided to meet at the Temple of Heaven instead of a luxurious conference room. What's the deal with that?
Ah, yes, because nothing says let's negotiate trade deals like meeting in a 15th century temple that screams, "My civilization is older than your country's history books." I mean, who needs a modern boardroom when you can be surrounded by ancient architecture? It's like going to a fancy restaurant and ordering a McDonald's Happy Meal instead. Makes you wonder if Trump was secretly hoping for a fortune cookie to confirm his next big decision. Plus, I hear the ambiance really sets the mood for diplomatic tension.
You mentioned agriculture being a priority for Trump during this trip. How does that fit into the grand scheme of things?
Ah, agriculture. The backbone of Trump's agenda, because nothing gets the folks in Iowa more excited than the idea of selling soybeans to a country where the leaders eat dumplings like they're going out of style. It's like trying to sell ice to Eskimos, but hey, who doesn't love a good gamble? The farmers are probably praying faster than they do at Sunday service, hoping Z's doesn't decide to throw their soybeans into a black hole instead of buying them.
What does this meeting reveal about China's view of itself?
Well, China just loves to flex its historical muscles, doesn't it? It's like the high school quarterback who still talks about his glories during reunion. By choosing the Temple of Heaven, Xi's basically saying, "Look at this ancient glory, Trump. We've got 5,000 years of history and you've got, well, a reality TV show." It's like showing off your old trophies while the other guy has a participation ribbon.
Considering the historical significance of the Temple of Heaven, do you think it puts pressure on both leaders?
Absolutely. Trying to negotiate at a place where emperors once prayed for good harvests is a lot of pressure. It's like trying to play poker at a table where the ghosts of past dynasties are watching your every move. You can almost hear the whispers, "Don't mess this up, or you'll be in a historical textbook as the guy who got schooled by a guy in a pantsuit." Talk about stakes. I hope they pack their lucky charms.
Do you think this meeting will actually yield any results?
Oh, definitely. Just like a cat always lands on its feet, I'm sure they'll come away with something. Maybe a beautifully crafted joint statement filled with all the buzzwords like synergy, collaboration, and stunningly vague commitments. It'll look great framed on the wall. You could say it's like a crossword puzzle. You fill it with words, but good luck actually making sense of them later.
Any final thoughts on what this meeting signifies?
This meeting is like an episode of a reality show, where two people who can't stand each other have to pretend to be friends while the camera rolls. It signifies that while they might not be sending each other Christmas cards anytime soon, they're still willing to sit down and share a meal at the grown-ups' table. It's all about appearances, after all. Who thought diplomacy could be so much like high school drama? Just remember, folks, it's all fun and games until someone loses their soybeans.
So, there's a global semiconductor crisis brewing, thanks to the Hormuz Strait blockade, disrupting essential supply chains for chips. What's the scoop on this?
Ah, yes, the Hormuz Strait, a narrow waterway that seems to have more geopolitical drama than a reality TV show. With the blockade, our beloved tech gadgets like smartphones and those fancy AI systems are now at risk. It's like waiting for your online order to arrive only to find out your delivery driver got lost in the Bermuda Triangle. Manufacturers are scrambling like caffeinated squirrels, trying to find alternative routes and suppliers. Spoiler alert: they won't find them in the local grocery store aisle.
What impact will this have on chip manufacturers like TSMC and Samsung?
Well, if I had $1 for every time a chip manufacturer faced supply chain issues, I could buy myself a brand new smartphone that'll soon be outdated. TSMC and Samsung are absorbing this blow like a sponge, but let's face it. Every week this blockade continues is like adding another layer of frosting on a bad cake. Yum, but not exactly what we ordered. They might need to hold a bake sale just to stay afloat. Or maybe start manufacturing chips in their basements, DIY style.
How are companies reacting to this crisis?
Oh, they're reacting like a cat that just realized it's stuck in a bathtub. Lots of frantic scrambling and some questionable decisions. Companies are drawing up backup plans faster than I can say, chip shortage. They're running around asking, where can we find alternative suppliers? Like it's some sort of treasure hunt, except the treasure is actually chips, and not a pot of gold. Let's hope they get it together before we're forced to rely on supplies from our neighbor's garage.
Analysts say this blockade could spark a new shortage and drive up electronic prices. Is that true?
Oh, absolutely. It's like a game of Jenga, and we've just removed the crucial piece that's holding everything together. Prices are already climbing faster than a cat up a tree when it hears a dog bark. When supply drops, demand skyrockets, and soon we'll be paying for a smartphone like it's a small island in the Caribbean. Excuse me, sir, can I get this phone? Oh, sure, that'll be your firstborn child and a kidney, please.
What about the future of the chip industry? What's the outlook?
The future of the chip industry looks like a roller coaster, thrilling, but you might lose your lunch. With these supply chain disruptions, it's like trying to drive with a flat tire on a bumpy road. You're going to get somewhere, but it's going to be a bumpy ride. There are talks of building more local production plants, but until then, we'll be living in a world where the latest tech feels like a rare collectible. A little overpriced and definitely hard to come by.
Is there anything consumers can do while all this chaos unfolds?
Oh sure, we can all join a support group for frustrated gadget lovers. But seriously, consumers can do what we do best: panic buy the latest gadgets and blame the shortages on the universe being against us. Or they can hold on to their old devices a little longer, like an ex-lover who keeps showing up uninvited. Patience is key, and perhaps learning a new skill, like knitting, because soon we might be crafting our own tech with yarn.
So, we just heard that China is ramping up its missile program at an alarming rate. What do you think is really driving this surge?
Well, you know how some people have midlife crises and buy a sports car? China seems to be going through a global competitive crisis, but instead of a flashy convertible, they're splurging on missiles. Who needs a Porsche when you can have a fleet of DF-26, am I right? Under Xi Jinping's watch, it's like every tech company in China suddenly decided, hey, let's all get into the missile business. It's like a really intense version of Shark Tank, except instead of pitching ideas for the next great app, they're pitching ideas for the next great way to blow things up. And the numbers? Let's just say their growth in this sector is bigger than my last New Year's resolution to get fit.
Right. But what does it mean for the global military balance of power?
Oh, just a small detail. It's like if you were playing Monopoly, and suddenly a player flipped the board over in a fit of rage. That's China right now, flipping the military balance. With this missile program, they're not just building a military. They're assembling an Avengers-level threat, but with less spandex and more rocket fuel. While the US is busy trying to figure out who gets the last piece of pie in the Middle East, China's out here preparing for a buffet of missile launches. It's like they're planning a surprise party. But the surprise is that they'll be the last country standing once the music stops.
You've mentioned that the Chinese economy is adapting for high-tech warfare. How do you see this evolving?
Well, if the economy were a diet, China is on a strict meat-only plan, and high-tech warfare is the steak they've decided to grill. Forget about vegetables. They're doubling down on missiles, AI, and all sorts of defense tech, like those super fancy gadgets you see in Hollywood blockbusters. Meanwhile, the rest of the world is still trying to figure out how to eat their greens. They're creating a peacetime military economy, which sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie where everyone thinks they're safe until the aliens invade. In reality, they're just ensuring that if there's ever a need for a high-tech food fight, they'll be leading the charge with laser-guided spitballs.
Given the context of potential conflict, how significant is China's approach to missile production?
Significant? It's like saying a shark's bite is significant when you're swimming in the ocean. We're talking about non-stop missile production, while they watch everyone else use their missiles in real conflicts. It's like they're playing chess, while the rest of us are still figuring out how to set up the board. So, while the US is occupied with a game of diplomatic twister, China is building an arsenal that can launch a serious game-changer. They're gearing up for an intense showdown and are throwing out the traditional rules because, let's face it, who needs rules when you have a mountain of missiles?
What about the implications for Taiwan? How does this all tie in?
Taiwan, the proverbial cherry on top of China's missile sundae. For them, it's not just about blowing things up, it's about sending a message strong enough that it echoes across the Taiwan Strait. It's like they're prepping for a family reunion. Everyone's bringing their best dish, but China's is showing up with a full buffet of firepower. Xi and the PLA are creating a layered attack strategy that makes a Swiss cheese look solid. They want to make sure that if there's ever a spat over Taiwan, it'll be more shock and awe and less please. Let's talk this out over coffee. It's all designed to ensure that Uncle Sam keeps his distance while they play their game.
With all this ramping up, how should the international community respond?
Well, they could respond by holding an international bake sale, because who wouldn't want to solve military tensions with cookies? But seriously, what the international community needs is a serious game plan. It's like realizing you left your front door wide open in a sketchy neighborhood. It's time to put up some solid locks. They need to get together, maybe hold a let's all get along summit, and try to figure out how to keep this nuclear-sized popcorn kettle from boiling over. Because if they don't, we might end up in a very loud and fiery episode of Survivor, the Taiwan edition. And I don't even want to think about who the host would be.
So, the U.S. Air Force is planning to modernize the B-52 bombers by 2038. Do you think that's actually timely enough?
Well, assuming that the B-52 bombers are like fine wine that gets better with age, this modernization plan sounds more like they're trying to make them trendy again by adding some sprinkles on top. I mean, by 2038, I expect anti-gravity technology to be a thing. What are they thinking? People will be impressed because they're getting new engines and radar. That's like giving a flip phone a camera and calling it cutting edge. Don't get me started on the weapons upgrades. If it takes this long, they might as well wait for drones that can brew coffee while flying. I feel like by the time they finish, they should just stick a vintage sticker on the B-52s and call it a day.
What do you think about the decision to upgrade the engines on the B-52s?
Oh, upgrading the engines is like putting a fresh coat of paint on a building that's been standing since the Cold War. Sure, it might look nice, but can we really say that's a significant upgrade? It's like putting a turbocharger on a grandpa's old station wagon. Sure, it'll go faster, but it still has that old man smell. Plus, with jets like the F-35 zooming around, I half expect those B-52s to develop a complex about their speed. Maybe they'll start wearing sunglasses to look cool in the skies. At this point, I'd suggest they throw in some heated seats. It could be a long wait for those upgrades to finally wrap up.
Upgrading radar and satellite communications is part of the plan. Do you think that's enough for modern warfare?
Yes, because nothing says I'm ready for modern warfare like a new radar system that can pick up an enemy plane the size of a barn. Honestly, it's like trying to upgrade your dial-up internet to broadband in the age of fiber optics. Great, but are we really keeping up? They might as well throw in a Wi-Fi hotspot for good measure. Picture it, a B-52 with better comms trying to connect during a mission and suddenly, it's buffering. Oh, sorry, I can't see you, I'm on a video call with my mom. I mean, come on. If they're serious about modernizing, they might want to consider something other than just a fancy upgrade badge.
What are your thoughts on the idea of installing new weapons on the B-52?
Installing new weapons? That sounds like they're trying to turn the B-52 into the ultimate Swiss Army knife of the skies. Next thing you know, those bombers will be equipped with laser pointers and smoke machines. Really living the party aircraft life. But in all seriousness, if they're adding weapons without upgrading the overall strategy, it's like giving a toddler a machine gun. Great hardware, questionable results. Let's hope they've got a plan better than that. Otherwise, it could be a case of having all the toys but no clue how to play the game, like a kid on Christmas morning staring at a complicated Lego set without the instructions.
Do you think the timeline of 2038 is practical for these updates?
2038? Why, I can already hear the sound of grandfathers reminiscing about the good old days when bombers didn't have to check their social media before takeoff. I mean, if they want to modernize a B-52, they should start by checking into a time machine. In military terms, 2038 might as well be the Dark Ages. By then, we could be fighting wars with holograms and virtual reality. Imagine a B-52 dodging laser beams while streaming on Twitch. If they think they can wait that long, they might as well start preparing for a museum exhibit. Next, there'll be charming teenagers with tales of how they once bombed things, when all anyone cares about is the latest video game. Time to get with the program, folks.
Final thoughts. What's the bottom line for the B-52 modernization?
The bottom line? It feels like we're putting a lot of effort into polishing a classic car that's still running on leaded gas. Sure, it's nice to sprinkle some tech fairy dust on the B-52s and call them modern, but let's not forget that the world is moving faster than a squirrel on espresso. If the Air Force doesn't hurry, those bombers will be relics before they even get their upgrades. They might as well slap a retro sticker on them at this point. So, if you're looking for a chic, top-of-the-line bomber, you might need to start looking elsewhere, because the B-52s are going to be the grandpas of the skies, long before they even start flying with their shiny new gadgets.